Hey, good morning. Good morning. Rise and shine. Another day. I didn't realize this was happening today. I saw Brandy's post on Twitter. And I was like, holy crap. We're doing this financial thing today, which it's actually related to Gloria Satterfield. I don't know if you guys remember that from the Alex Murdaugh trial. Um, Gloria was a housekeeper that had been working with the family for like a very long time, and she died in kind of like these mysterious circumstances. And Tony Satterfield, which is one of her sons, testified during the trial for Alex Murdaugh, and he had said that. So Alex said supposedly that Gloria had fell up the stairs and hit her head. I think he's changed the story like twice. In February 2018, Gloria allegedly fell up some of the steps in the Murdaugh family home and hit her head, causing her a brain hemorrhage. After her fall, she was in the hospital for 21 days and eventually died of her injuries. Um, Her death was attributed to natural causes, so according to the New York Times, there was no autopsy done despite the fall. Alex initially said that the family's dog caused Gloria to fall on the stairs and hit her head, and that she had not been at the house to do work. Later, Gloria's son attorney stated that Alex had encouraged them to use their friend as a lawyer to sue him in a wrongful death settlement. And the thing with that is, I think they kept the money. Alex's people kept the money. In May 2023, Alex's lawyers filed court documents admitting that he invented the story about the dogs causing Gloria to fall in order to get an insurance payout. No dogs were involved in the fall of Gloria Satterfield. Mm-mm-mm. Alex received 4.3 million insurance settlement as a result of Gloria's death, and a 2.765 million was supposed to go to her sons. Uh, to her sons. But when her sons didn't get the payout, they sued Alex. In 2021, he was charged with stealing millions from the family. Specifically, he was charged with 2 counts of obtaining property by false pretenses, which is a felony. In June 2022, Alex admitted that he owed 4.3 million to Gloria's sons, which includes the initial statement and lawyer fees, per the New York Times. Well, that's the other thing too. She's being exhumed 4 years later after her death. Gloria's family plans to exhume her body. Tony announced in March. Tony said he wants his mother to be exhumed to see if there's any foul play. Worth noting, Tony said that doesn't think foul play was involved, but he wants reassurance. Sled. Oh, by the way, I have no notifications, so if you guys could help me out with the likes and stuff like that this morning, could really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull up the characters. Grumpy says we need the characters, Murdaugh characters. Rennie, what's up? Good morning. Luffy, Flossie. Me, you. I had a long day yesterday, right? I was like, damn, am I gonna be able to wake up today and do this? I mean, I have to be up early anyway, but I have no idea how long this will be today. So the trial's not actually today; it's just like a hearing. The trial is scheduled for the 27th of November, but they were trying to get it moved. They were trying to get Judge Newman to step down, which, by the way, I believe he recused himself. He's going to be here today, but I think he's removing himself from the trial. Alex's people were trying to pull all kinds of stuff to get the date changed and the venue changed. Good morning, Leaf Lettuce. What's up? Let me see what I can do on my end. Let me tweet this out. No notifications. Maybe I'll try to post it on the community tab. I don't think I have notifications there either. You got a notification? You got a YouTube notification? Really? My thing says there's no notifications. Let me see. Mm-hmm. No, there's no notifications. Thanks, Natalie. What will Alex be wearing? I don't know. Thank you, Christy. How you guys get notifications? The heck? What? I didn't get one. I have a video 14 hours ago, 16 hours ago, and 20 hours ago. On my tab, there's no notifications. Discord will send out notifications. Or if you're scrolling on YouTube, you might see it. What? You guys actually got one? That's so weird. I don't know how YouTube works anymore then. Leaf Letter says she got an email. Let's see, magical. Oh, you got an email. Magical got the email. Oh, no, and a notification. That's so weird. I don't understand YouTube then. Andy, good morning. Happy Friday. This Murdaugh's people here. Jim, Griffin, Dick, Harpootlian, Dick, Clayton Waters, prosecution. Flossie says she got it too. That is weird. I wonder, because she said you only have 2 new uploads. When I check my notifications, I see all 3 notifications from yesterday. The standoff, the yoga teacher, and the Tim Faraday. I wonder if some of you don't have all notifications set, and so it just randomly, I don't know how that works. Alex should be there. I haven't seen him yet. Murdaugh. Buster. All right, people like can't stand the thought of going through another financial thing. So this is specifically with I mean like somebody else said in the chat, I don't whenever this does happen, if it happens on the 27th, I don't think it's gonna be a long trial. I mean, and I thought he already admitted to this, right? I thought he admitted guilt to this. So I'm not sure exactly, what there is going to be to prove or go back and forth about. Paige, welcome to the first live. Welcome. Welcome. I think he took himself off preemptively because I feel like he just so they don't try to make a qualm about it. Young Dolph. The whole thing yesterday with Tim Faraday, Carly messaged me saying, "Did anything happen with Tracy yesterday?" No, I didn't hear them mention anything. I thought that was weird. They were supposed to give a date for her trial. Let's see if there's anything online. She's next. Yeah, I don't see nothing about her when her trial date is. Good morning, Serena. What's up? Candalee. Carly. Trip Simba. What's up? What's up? Yeah, no idea what to expect. I think they're just going to be working things out today, like a pre-trial hearing type of thing. I almost feel like with the Murdaugh stuff, we have to see it through. There's like hardcore ride or die people with this story that have been covering it way before I did. And they're going to be covering it to the very end. And I think there's other people too that are like over it already. Life with Laura says he's wishing for a golden oxy. I can play this clip too for a little bit. I was watching this morning. Let me see. Did I send it to myself? Yeah. I want to send it to, I think, this guy here.
I'm from Columbia, South Carolina, partner at Bland Richter, host of the Cup of Justice podcast, and the attorney representing the Satterfield family. Eric Bland is with us. Eric, great to see you.
That's that guy too. He's prosecution. Forgot his name.
Good evening, Vinny. How are you?
Excellent. So do you think the whole game here by Murdaugh is just trying to get this thing put off indefinitely?
Absolutely. Don't forget.
Manny, thank you for the super chat. Says Court TV mentioned Tim possibly got a lower sentence because he grew up Marine style. I remember the judge did mention that. Like he kind of like related or like because the judge, got a lower sentence because he grew up a Marine style. But I thought the judge said he was the judge in the military too. Even Vinny P was shocked. I don't know what that sentence. I thought that's what it was going to be around. I mean, the thing that I think he probably was going to get a lower sentence. I think the testimony from the siblings brought it up. That definitely had an effect. And the dad not being as apologetic as he should have. There were some people saying that, like, oh, he's going to get 40 years. I never thought that they were going to give him a 40-year sentence. I mean, even the prosecution said went for like 15. And a lot of people were commenting he's probably not even going to do those 5 years. He'll probably do like 2.5 or something. He'd probably get out early. So he still made out pretty good. What's that? Let me check this Twitter. We play this. Check the Twitter.
That he did already plead guilty in federal court to these same crimes. So in addition to testifying at his double murder trial that he stole the money, he's already pled guilty and is awaiting sentence in federal court. Vinny, it is really rich that the defense is raising pretrial publicity as a basis to have this continued. One, because Harpootlian has been in front of the camera and microphones every chance he has gotten and having press conferences. His partner, Jim Griffin, has a podcast that he started after the double murder case. They both appeared at CrimeCon and told their stories. And Buster,
they were at CrimeCon, yeah.
Murdaugh himself did a documentary. So if there's any pretrial publicity, they have also contributed to it. Look,
and when I was at CrimeCon, I really wanted to see these guys. And every time I would tell somebody like, oh yeah, I want to see Dick and Harpootlian, because I was more fascinated by them. I wanted to meet them. And I would kind of pretty frequently get like a disgusted look, like, ugh, like you want to see him? Ugh. And when I finally went to one of their things that they were holding, one of their speaking engagements, which it was like this open hallway, not hallway, it was an open room, huge room. So on one side of the room was Clayton Waters, on the other side of the room was Dick and Jim. When I walked in, Clayton Waters had like a huge line, and on Dick and Jim's side, there was like, I don't know, like 3 people. It was like completely empty. Like you could see the stark difference because it was like on one side of the room and the other side of the room. You're like, damn. And as soon as I started walking over to them, the security guy stopped and he's like, oh, they're done. I'm like, what? They're supposed to be here for an hour. Like, oh, no, they have somewhere to go. They're done. I was like, what? I was pissed. Wildflower and Fox, hey, thank you for the 19 months. Sled. Love you, Mel. Leslie from Texas. Thank you so much. I see you on Instagram all the time. Vinny even mentioned that if the jury would have known that information, they probably would have came out with a different verdict.
Look, we can go to Tanzania and they have heard of Alex Murdaugh. Just because you're aware of Alex Murdaugh doesn't mean that...
I'm about to say I thought it was Becky. Like, Becky? Uh-oh, Becky.
You can't be...
I wonder if Becky's going to be here.
fair and impartial. I think this is just a smokescreen to try to get it continued. I've said since September that Harpootlian is not wanting this trial to go forward because, putting aside the double murder conviction, if he gets 3 felony convictions and they're trying each one of these financial crime cases separately, he gets life without parole. Don't forget there's also the roadside shooting felony case that's out there. So what Harpootlian wants is for all these cases to be continued for another year, not just in March of 2024. Remember, he's got legislative immunity for 7 months, for the first 7 months of the year, because he's senator. So the earliest these cases could go to trial would be in the fall of 2024. And what he wants to happen in the interim is the sentencing in federal court to take place, and then to get a new trial on the double murder case, which would leave him without a state court conviction. Then they would go and move to have his bond reduced for the state court crimes, and he would then go and serve his time in a federal prison. That is the game plan here. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think that our Supreme Court is going to let the lasting legacy of Judge Newman be that he was recused off his case, his last case before he retires. And I don't think you're going to get a change of venue, because even if you did it in the upstate of South Carolina, everybody has heard of Alex Murdaugh. Everybody has an opinion. Just because you have an opinion doesn't mean you can't be a fair and impartial juror. Everybody. Do we want somebody who has no knowledge of Alex Murdaugh? I mean, look what happened when we had David Souter on the United States Supreme Court. Nobody knew about his background, and it was an unknown. So I just think it's a Hail Mary attempt.
So looking at where we are, with Judge Newman would do the case involving your clients, right? The Satterfield case, right? This would be in front of Judge Newman, the same judge from the first one.
So Newman's still going to do the financial stuff, apparently. But he stepped down. He's requested that a new judge be assigned to handle the post-trial motions involving the murder charges, because they're trying to, Murdaugh's trying to get a new trial.
Right. They forum shopped and they filed a writ of prohibition, which is an archaic motion in the Supreme Court, to see if the Supreme Court would act in its own jurisdiction and have a hearing to have Judge Newman recused. The way it's normally done, Vinny, is you would file the motion in front of Judge Newman, and he would have the opportunity to put on record why or why not he is, he's in conflict or he's not in conflict. They circumvented that. And I don't think the Supreme Court is going to do this for Judge Newman. I think they're going to tell Murdaugh to make that motion in front of Judge Newman. And it's almost too late now, because we're a week and a half preparing for trial. I'm already preparing with the state. I'm on the witness list. My clients, the Satterfields, are on the witness list. It's gone forward.
And how are your clients doing, the Satterfields?
They're good. They're worn out. You know, this has been a long road, irrespective of the financial recoveries that they have received. It's been a long toll. You know, Tony has had to answer in court and be cross-examined by Harpootlian in a most uncivil way. He's had to be interviewed over and over again by the prosecution, by SLED. He's also he's on TV a couple of times, and he's not a comfortable guy being in front of the cameras. So I think they just want to go back to their normal lives and, put this behind them. And they've started a foundation for Gloria, and they want to focus on the positive. But it's constant with Alex and the machinations. Remember, Vinny, they tried to vacate the judgment that he gave to the Satterfields. Then Murdaugh tried to add them to the federal court Nautilus case, where Nautilus is seeking their money. So Alex has tormented this family from the get-go. After the mother died, all the way through, he manipulated them, he stole their money, and now he's tormenting them.
Eric Bland, I know we're going to speak a lot more about this as we get closer and closer to the...
They're also asking him, Judge Newman, to step down because they were saying he made some comments on this, I think it was the Today Show. One of these shows? Yeah.
Pending trial for the murders of his wife and son, and overseeing the high-profile case, Judge Clifton Newman Were you surprised by the attention, the extent of it?
I probably shouldn't have been surprised. High-profile lawyer, death of a wife, death of a child, accusations of stealing millions of dollars from clients, allegations of a lawyer hooked on drugs. It had all the ingredients for something of major public interest.
It all started on the night of June 7th, 2021, when Alec Murdaugh called police,
Oh, he was trending?
claiming he found his wife Maggie and son Paul shot to death on the
Hey,
family's
Good
country
morning.
estate.
Hey, baby. Hold on. I know, Jay, you right? Because he had money.
Turns out that call was just one in a long series of lies exposed during Murdaugh's 6-week trial.
I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could.
Lies about where he'd been the night his wife and son were killed. Lies about a staged suicide attempt, admissions about drug abuse, and allegations of stealing millions of dollars from his clients. Through it all, Judge Newman, widely seen as a calming presence and by-the-book jurist. In the end, it took the jury less than 3 hours to convict Murdaugh.
Were you surprised at all by the speed with which the jury came back with the verdict?
I wasn't. My experience in recent years is that jurors don't take a long time deliberating after they've spent weeks and weeks and weeks listening to testimony and receiving evidence.
Last March, Judge Newman sentenced Murdaugh to 2 life sentences while declaring he'd be forced to live with what he'd done.
Within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you.
Pretty powerful.
Yeah.
You think that he'll be haunted by his wife and son?
No, I think so. It has to be. I cannot imagine him having a peaceful night knowing what he did. I'm sure if he had an opportunity to do it over again, he'd never do it.
Judge Newman's reserved demeanor on the bench, drawing many admirers. His story made more impressive by where it started, in a segregated school in a small South Carolina town, inspired by the landmark case Brown versus the Board of Education. He went to law school and became a prosecutor before becoming a judge in 2000. One of his daughters, Jocelyn, following in his footsteps, is now a state judge too.
So growing up, you would see Dad in court, in action.
It was kind of scary. He was a good prosecutor. I would sit in the jury box and watch him at work.
Judge Newman and her father talk
that's
often.
nice.
In fact, they even share the same judges' chambers. So she had a front row seat as he made headlines from the bench in the Murdaugh trial.
I knew it was a big deal, but it probably happened even before that. Just scrolling through Instagram and seeing a Dateline post about Alex Murdaugh was just amazing. I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of that and sent it around to the family.
Judge Clifton Newman plans to retire this fall. As his legal career comes to a close, he reflected on Murdaugh and his most high-profile case.
Felt sorry for him, felt that that he was just in a position where he could not, where if there's a hole that he could go into, he would dive in that hole and keep going to the lowest depths. And I wasn't trying to pull him out of that hole, but I wanted to give him an opportunity to say something.
Alec Murdaugh still maintains he did not kill his wife and son. There were certain questions that Judge Newman declined to answer because this is a case that is being appealed. It's also interesting to point out, you just heard from one of his daughters there, Judge Newman had 4 children, And Savannah, you'll appreciate this. All 4 of the children ended up taking the LSAT. All 4 of them ended up going to law school, actually. 2 of them finished law school. They ended up becoming attorneys. Just 2 weeks prior to this trial starting, his youngest son died suddenly. And a lot of folks said to the judge, we would understand if you wanted to delay the start of the trial. Judge Newman insisted that because there had been so many people who'd been involved in jury selection and seating the jury, he wanted to seat them for that reason. And also, he needed the distraction as well. And his wife, for the first time ever, was in court every day to support her husband during the course of that trial.
Nice.
Wow. It's pretty extraordinary that he decided to just go forward and do the job.
Didn't know that. Amazing. Well, so far, I don't know. Bad day. I haven't started yet. Quiet morning. I saw the people there, the defense team, prosecution. Guess they're taking their time. Financial crimes. There's Creighton Waters. They're walking back in now. See if we catch, they're going to bring in Murdaugh. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. La, 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 la. Thank you, Starfish. Appreciate that. Shukram, thank you for the membership. Guess they're still getting cozy. What happened to Cousin Eddie? Cousin Eddie. Phoebe said, that message go. She said, ickEdMeL, I think you're shadow banned. You don't even pop up in the channels I watch most. And it was most deaf there about 2 years. And now neither channel shows up there. That's the other thing too. Rebecca said, another thing, the YouTube notification came an hour later for me. It was already finished by the time I got there. That's what I heard some people saying too. They getting these notifications way later. They walking them in now? Let's see. Oh, there's Murdaugh. Murdaugh got a smile on his face. Crazy. Wow, he's happy. Confident. Murdaugh. The infamous Low Country Boys. Neck hugs. Damn. Oh, no. Yeah, he's smiling. They got him doped up. Got a buzz cut. I guess maybe that's standard prison cut. Well, he was bald before, wasn't he bald? Buzz cut. Probably said, yeah, I got a notification hours later after the live is over. Damn. Maybe he's just happy to get out of that jail. Yeah. Who said that? Prosecution and defense laughing together. Let's make this money. Guess you're getting ready to start. This court is in session. The Honorable Justice Newman presiding. Newman. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Oh. All aboard.
All right, we're on the record. State v. Alex Murdaugh. Welcome everyone here to Beaufort County. There are some matters I believe that that the court will need to take up with counsel. It'll take some time. Don't know exactly how long. So we're going to immediately recess and come back on the record at that time. Anything from the state or the defense?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. The court will be in recess for a period of time.
What?
Mr. Murdaugh, how you doing?
That's it? So the counsel has to take things. Oh, I guess they're not going to do it on camera. Then good old boys. Oh. Yeah, Alex looks like he's in good spirits, kind of laughing, joking it off. I wonder what that is. I had read something too. I sent it to myself. Let me see if I sent it to myself.
Thank you. Only on 11 Alive, we're getting a new look tonight at how life is in jail for Alex Murdaugh, once a prominent attorney. He was convicted for killing his wife and youngest son in 2021. This evening, an ex-dorm mate of Murdaugh, who asked to remain anonymous, talked exclusively with 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn. He says Murdaugh has received a level of special treatment inside a South Carolina prison. For example, the former dorm mate describes how Murdaugh was given a brand new prison tablet computer instead of a typical 2-month wait for most other inmates. But earlier this week, we learned that Murdaugh lost his phone privileges and his tablet after his lawyer recorded him reading his journal entries on a call for a documentary about his case. You can read Cody Alcorn's full story online tonight, only on 11.
Alex was getting whatever he wanted, and he got caught. I wonder how much they got paid for that docu. Can he get paid? I thought there was something with certain prisons, like maybe you can't get paid or you can't get paid. Self-soothing tactic. Cousin Eddie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Craig.
You've got affidavits, you've got interviews from 3 jurors and 1 dismissed juror. And in one of the affidavits here, this is juror 630. Juror 630 says, quote, according to the affidavit, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. The juror there did not say he felt pressured by Becky Hill. So are you accusing her of actually influencing the verdict or just acting improperly?
Craig, anytime there's outside influence in the sanctity of the jury room, it is improper. And the legal question is not whether the outcome of the trial would have been different. The question is whether the information provided to the jury outside the confines of the courtroom is prejudicial. I mean, you can never go back and rewind the clock or put the toothpaste back in the tube. So that's a game that we can't play. But what we do know is the conduct that the jurors have reported to us is highly improper and frankly illegal.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dick, though, but to get this new trial, you're going to have to prove that whatever Becky did or said would have had some sort of material impact on the verdict, correct?
Wrong. We've got to show she acted improperly. If improper conduct occurred, there is a presumption that we get a new trial. I mean, it is the United States Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals of South Carolina have all ruled on this issue. I've got to say, we couldn't find a single case where the clerk of court did something like this, but we did find a couple cases where bailiffs did this. So there are cases where court officials say things, do things that indicate they have an opinion or that they interfere in the dissemination of information to the jury outside the courtroom. So no, we don't have to show that it would have made a material difference.
This motion is going to have to be heard by the same trial judge who oversaw the case, Judge Newman. Are you planning on asking for a new judge?
Well, I mean, first of all, the Court of Appeals has to rule it goes back. Secondly, I think Judge Newman realizes based on our filings that he's a witness. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I think Judge Newman is going to carefully examine. I have the greatest respect for him. And I think he's going to examine the pleadings and the issues and may conclude, as we have, that he's going to be a witness in this process.
Why would he be called as a witness?
Well, there's at least 2 instances where it was reported to him. One instance where clearly it was reported to him that the clerk had a conversation with a juror outside the confines of the jury room, not under his direction. And he says, as we say in the filings, he found that unsettling. The question is, did he follow it up with questions? If not, why not? What happened there? And then there's another instance involving information concerning some Facebook posts that apparently were made up, and we need to ask him about that.
Jim, the reality is, last question, the reality is a couple weeks, Alec Murdaugh set to plead guilty reportedly to a slew of other federal crimes, federal financial crimes. There's still some outstanding state crimes as well. He is likely going to spend the rest of his life in prison regardless of the outcome here. What do you say to some who might suggest you guys are just trying to sow the seeds of doubt, perhaps change public perception that Alec Murdaugh did in fact kill his wife and son?
Well, Craig, we strongly believe he did not kill his wife and son. He has admitted readily, since September of 2021 that he engaged in financial fraud, financial misconduct to support opioid addiction. He has never denied that. Now, he's ready to accept the punishment for that. Is that life in prison without parole? We don't think so. We think it's substantially less than that. But, as his son has said, and we have all said, a fraudulent lawyer does not equate to a murderer, and he did not murder his wife and son.
Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin, thank you both for your time this morning, gentlemen.
Dick.
Just months after their murder, Smith was accused of shooting Murdaugh on the side of the road. Murdaugh later admitted he had actually staged the whole thing so his surviving son, Buster, could collect $10 million in life insurance. Here with us now to break this newest information down, legal analyst and trial attorney, Misty Maris. Misty, great to talk to you again. What is your initial reaction to these new claims from Curtis Smith? I mean, we hear it right there from his own mouth.
Absolutely. And what I keep thinking is that with every new documentary that we hear about the Murdaugh case, we learn new facts. And it almost seems unbelievable because we all sat here and watched every minute of that trial. So how can there continue to be twists? But one thing I will say, when cousin Eddie Smith made these statements, I found it interesting because if you recall, there was a lot of talk about cousin Eddie during the trial, but we never heard from him. The prosecutors nor the defense actually called him as a witness, although he did appear on the witness list. So it leads to the conclusion, well, apparently prosecutors, because this would be pretty damaging, right? If this came in, this is tantamount to a confession. Prosecutors likely did not believe that he would be credible because he had a horse in the race, and that he was also charged with the insurance fraud scheme. So maybe there was some self-interest there. But I did find these statements. Wow, imagine we had heard that at trial on top of all of the other evidence that really do tend to point to Murdaugh's guilt. Certainly very moving. But again, a strategy call by prosecutors.
Absolutely. Miss, you said it right there yourself. He had his own horse in this race here. But could this in any way impact the appeal that Murdaugh's attorneys have already filed?
What's very interesting is that this interview itself will not impact the appeal because the appeal is the four corners of the case. It does not go beyond the bounds of the record that was in the courtroom or ultimately any evidentiary hearing regarding.
Yeah, so they stepped away. I guess they're handling some things, behind the scenes, No idea how long it's going to be.
48 hours is
probably going to get up in a little bit and grab something to eat.
Talking with a key figure in a case of murder and alleged fraud involving a prominent South Carolina family. Attorney Alex Murdaugh is charged with trying to have himself killed in order to get $10 million in insurance money for his son. Now, 3 months earlier, his wife and another son were shot to death. That case is still unsolved at this time, but his lawyer tells WHNS-TV that Murdaugh is a person of interest while insisting he did not kill them. Murdaugh told investigators, we have to follow along here, that he hired a man named Curtis Smith to shoot him in the head last month. Murdaugh claims he's been addicted to opioids for 20 years, and Smith is his drug dealer. Now, Smith tells his side of the story for the first time this morning to Nikki Batiste. It's a 48 Hours interview.
Nope, I didn't know.
You've been called the hillbilly hitman. How does that make you feel?
I laugh at it. I really do.
Curtis Smith says it was September 4th when his friend, South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh, called claiming he needed help. Smith says Murdaugh was like a brother to him, so he didn't think twice before heading to meet him. When Smith arrived on a stretch of road, he says Murdaugh emerged from his car holding a gun.
He's down there with like this. He said, yeah, you got to take care of this. I said, well, I can't do it. And he turned his head. I just grabbed his arm, put it behind his head, took the gun from him.
Smith claims during that struggle, the gun went off. Then he disposed of the weapon.
He wanted me to kill him.
To make it look like a suicide.
Yeah. Ain't happening.
Of course, Curtis is like anybody else. Are you insane? What are you doing?
Johnny McCoy is Smith's lawyer.
Made sure he couldn't kill himself. And no crime. No crime.
If I hadn't took the gun, I don't know what he would have done. That simple.
After the struggle, Smith says he ran off and went home.
How were you feeling as this was happening, as you're driving away?
Mad, scared, all at one time.
No crime was committed.
Yeah.
Right. Some people would think, well, he tried to kill himself.
Is that a crime?
No, I guess, or you call 911. Some people think call 911 because it's...
But the gun got taken out of his hand. Why on earth would you call the police, let alone on Alex Murdaugh, when nothing... What are you going to say? Hey, this guy was suicidal.
But Murdaugh's original version of the events was much different from Smith's. He initially told investigators he was changing a flat tire when a driver passed by and shot him in the head. He was taken to a nearby hospital for a superficial gunshot wound. Murdaugh now says he asked Curtis Smith to meet him on the side of the road and help him take his own life, hoping his life insurance would be paid out to his only surviving son. Murdaugh's attorney at the time of his arrest said his client was addicted to opioids and that it had taken a toll on his mental health, a fact Smith took advantage of, he says, when he agreed to take Murdaugh's life. According to Murdaugh's attorney, Murdaugh had grown more distraught in the months following his son's and wife's unsolved murder at their home in June.
Did you shoot Alex Murdaugh?
No.
Were you Alex Murdaugh's drug dealer?
No.
If you're guilty of anything, what is it?
Trusting too much.
Are you innocent?
Yes.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Nikki Batiste in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Prominent South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh with the double murder of his what he's considered, though his attorneys continue to deny he had any involvement in the murders. In September, adding to the mystery, Murdaugh's insurance fraud scheme.
To be clear, does your client maintain utter and complete innocence in this case?
Go ahead.
I didn't shoot him.
Are you innocent of everything?
I'm innocent. If I'd have shot him, he'd have been dead. He's alive.
Smith now telling his side of the story. Smith tells me he had no idea what Murdaugh's plans were when he agreed to meet a man he called his close friend on a remote road in Hampton County, South Carolina. He says Murdaugh showed up with a gun.
He's standing like this. He said, "You gonna shoot me?" I said, "No." He said, "You just got to do it." And he made us move like this, you know. And I just grabbed his arm.
You took the gun.
Shoved it up behind him, between me and him. And it went up.
The gun went off. Did it hit him? Did the bullet hit him? So that story where
There's
he
no
got
blood on me. There's no blood on him.
He didn't get shot in the head.
No, we bounced off his car and kind of made a move to get the gun, and he hit the dirt, you know. And
What percent are you positive that he didn't get shot? If you could put a percentage on it.
1,000.
He did get shot.
Murdaugh's lawyers declined to comment. They've maintained their client suffered a head wound. The Hampton County Sheriff's incident report initially said Murdaugh did not have any visible injury, but a corrected version released shortly after says there was a visible injury. Murdaugh's lawyers say Smith took advantage of a man in the throat.
Or paying people. Or Moselle property. I'm going to get something to eat. Be right back. Wholesale. Are they getting ready to come back? I don't know. So yeah, I have no idea how long today is going to be. It's going to be an hour. Well, we're already at an hour. 1 or 2 hours, or who knows, till 5. I don't know. I don't think it should be all day, but hopefully not. Oh, well, this doesn't have sound. I don't know why they don't have sound, but they don't have sound on that one. Murdaugh.
On the tracks, I had the chance to speak with called. Eddie showed up.
Is Alex somebody that you cared about? Quickly darkened as he talked about a once close relationship with Murdaugh.
I was born in Beaufort, Paris Island, along with both my brothers.
Born in the Low Country with a military background.
I had 6 years in the National Guard, but I don't claim anything veterans, as people need it a whole lot worse than I do.
Eddie says he settled in Clayton County almost 30 years ago, long enough to be well aware of the Murdaugh clan. In fact, Alec Murdaugh was Eddie's attorney when he was in a logging accident that left him permanently disabled.
Had to have 3 discs removed out the back and got rods and screws in every place of them. It's not fun.
According to court documents, Eddie took OxyContin for the pain. Talk to me about the pain.
It's an everyday thing. I mean, it's every day. I know it's there all day long.
These days, Eddie says he keeps busy with odd jobs.
I just piddle around the house mainly. People need a little bit of work done, they come by and see me.
And according to Eddie's lawyer, Johnny McCoy, that's just what happened on Old Sakahachi Road, September 4th, when Alec Murdaugh called. Eddie showed up. Is Alex somebody that you cared about?
Yeah, I say like a brother to me. I'd have done anything in the world for him, almost anyway. It's crushing to know that evidently I mean nothing to nobody, especially him.
He says he feels betrayed. Why do you feel betrayed?
I consider him one of my best friends. He's like a brother to me.
Do you see the truth out there? Do you see the truth coming forward in this case?
I hope that when it's all said and done, that everybody will wind up being exactly what it's supposed to be.
2 Middle Georgia athletes started a friendship after a tumble on the tracks. I had the chance to speak with the
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. By the way, with Caitlin Armstrong, so today the jury is deliberating on the sentencing. They already did the verdict yesterday, but apparently the jury decides how long or what kind of sentence she's going to get. So that's starting today. The court's already open, but I guess everybody's late. They had like traffic and stuff. That's what's going on with that. They're not showing it though. You're not going to be able to see that, I guess. Let's see what kind of apocalyptic notification I got. Oh, nothing. Kids back in school. teen sentenced 25 years to life for Spanish teacher's murder.
He pled guilty to killing his Spanish teacher for the most awful of reasons, because of a bad grade. And the prospect of being sent to prison for first-degree murder so unnerved this teenage killer that he got a nosebleed.
The teen who lured his high school Spanish teacher to her death got a nosebleed in court just as he's about to learn his fate. Jeremy Goodale pled guilty for his role in the crime that shocked America, killing his teacher with his...
The heck? Jeremy Goodale. He looked like a weirdo too, something. Well, pale as hell too. Look at this guy. Hold on, I gotta show you this shit. Where's that picture? Oh, somebody else. Damn. See, can we find some clips for that too? Sentenced to life.
A second Fairfield, Iowa teen convicted in the death of a high school Spanish teacher received his sentence today. A judge handing 18-year-old Jeremy Goodale the prison sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. He and Willard Miller pleaded guilty earlier this year to first-degree murder in the beating death of 66-year-old Nohima Graber. Prosecutors say that in November of 2021, the two high school students used a baseball bat to kill Graber in a Fairfield park. Before Goodale was sentenced, he apologized to Graber's family, his own family, as well as the community.
What I've taken can never be replaced. Every day I wish I could go back and stop myself, prevent this loss and this pain that I've caused everyone. Everyone in the community and outside of it, those closest to me and those closest to the Graber family.
Miller was sentenced in July to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 35 years.
Wow. So he still has a chance, I guess.
His best friend because the teacher gave the friend a bad grade.
I'm so sorry.
Goodale read a statement.
2 years ago, I made the worst decision of my life, and I take full responsibility for what I did. What I've taken can never be replaced. Every day I wish I could go back and stop myself.
So I'm looking at the law and crime thing. Day 2. Are they restreaming the whole trial? Or is this just finished? What? Sentencing Jeremy. Bad grade.
Prevent this loss and this pain that I've caused everyone.
I was at the Jefferson County Jail speaking with Jeremy. He's one of the boys who killed my mother.
The slain teacher's son, Christian, is speaking out today on social media.
He was in tears. He was telling me how sorry he was. And I could see that he really meant it.
I spoke to teacher Nohima Graber's brother-in-law today.
Your nephew forgives him. Do you forgive him?
I don't feel hate in my heart for him. He clearly owes a debt to society that he needs to pay. So the slate is not wiped clean.
The prosecutor says Goodale may be sorry now, but he wasn't right after the murder.
The defendant was pretty blatant in his, I would almost call it bragging about his activities on Snapchat.
He had every opportunity to prevent this from happening. And I don't think it could have happened without his participation.
He'll be 43 years old before he's eligible for parole.
In July, the other student convicted in the murder was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole.
I don't know, man. What is going on in these kids' head, or just people today? Over a bad grade? That made no sense. Oh.
Anybody else?
Oh. Hold on, let's see.
But beyond that,
audio. Everything is like just bad.
As opposed to schooling.
I always just assumed because we wouldn't have to be at school, so he could have the time to make the preparations. Okay. And we knew she would be at school, or I guess he knew. And so we went off that knowledge that we would have time to prepare beforehand, and we would know where she was at.
And so going into November 2nd, with the agreement, you've done your surveillance. Presumably you've discussed what equipment you're going to need at different times. What ultimately is the plan?
Yeah, that's pretty horrible. All right, let's take a look, see what else is going on. Spanish teacher killer Willard Miller speaks before receiving prison sentence. So this was the other kid?
I'd like to take this opportunity to wholeheartedly accept responsibility for the role that I've played in the murder of Newman Graver. I would like to apologize for my actions, first and foremost, to the family. I'm sincerely sorry for the distress that I've caused you and the devastation I've caused your family, and from the bottom of my heart, I am sorry for your loss. I'm sorry to hear about Paul Graver.
That does not seem sincere at all. That shit would not have fazed me in one bit. The other guys felt more sincere, but
I would also like to apologize to the community, to just the ripple effect that my actions have had, everyone that has affected. I would like to apologize to Newman Graver's church. I know that I know now that she was a very active member there and doing a lot of good things there. I'd like to apologize for what I did and how that affected them. I would like to apologize to my family. I love you guys so much, and I'm really sorry for what I've done and how it's affected you. And I'm planning on getting back out there as soon as I can and make up for lost time. I'd also like to apologize to the Goodale family. I'm sorry for the position that Jeremy's in, and I wish you the best, and I hope that he gets out as soon as possible. Sorry.
at least he's making eye contact.
You've heard of the term raining cats and dogs, but what about goats? A shop vendor in Turkey was in the middle of a conversation with a customer when a goat fell from the roof of a home onto a car in the middle of the street. Then everyone went to see if it was okay, and if the driver of the car it fell on was okay too. The driver tells local media that he went into shock at first because he thought the car exploded. While it didn't explode, a falling goat can apparently do quite a lot of damage to a vehicle, as the car owner captured on his phone camera. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and he says the man who owned the goat offered to pay for the damage to the car. Reports say the goat was purchased for a sacrificial ritual. No wonder it was willing to go to great lengths to get away. For Inside Edition.
Sacrifice. Wow. Body cam. Ex-daycare worker allegedly smacked, shoved toddlers on the job. That daycare shit is scary.
I'm Officer Bailey, Fairmont Department. Is your mom home? Is Michaela your mom? No. Okay. Is Michaela home?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Your dog's not gonna get out, is it?
Get out, Wayne. Hi. Can we speak to Michaela?
Sure. Hang on just a second, I beg
Okay. Sure. Awesome.
Are you taking her somewhere?
We just need to talk to her real quick.
Okay.
Hi, Michaela. How are you? I'm Officer Bailey.
All right.
You mind stepping outside for a sec?
Ooh. I thought this was a guy. I saw the thumbnail.
You go ahead and turn around for me. Turn around for me. Thank you. Put your hands behind your back.
Yeah. Oh, we just need to talk to her for a sec real quick. Lock her ass up. What's going on? No, mommy. Mom and daddy, no. Mommy.
Let's go down over here, okay?
I'll chat with Emily real quick.
Annie, can you grab my shoes? Yep. Wait, we can grab shoes right now.
Can we get shoes?
Yeah.
Oh, baby, it's
sure.
like a.
We're just gonna hang out
transition.
down there real quick.
I'll explain
We'll walk down. Yeah, I'll explain everything to you, okay? You just want to walk real quick?
Dude, do we have slides or slippers?
My hey dudes are downstairs. The hey dudes? Okay.
What is that? What's a hey dude? Some sort of special
Here. Let me
shoe or
make sure
something?
these cuffs are good. Okay.
Sandals?
I'll kind of explain everything. Okay. So it looks like you got a warrant. Okay. It's going to be for child endangering.
Ooh.
Did you think something like this was coming down the pipeline? Somebody kind of.
I've talked to a detective, but
You
that
talked to a
was months
detective?
ago. I figured since it was quiet.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything in a couple months.
Sure. Do you have anything
Lots.
on you that's going to poker stick me?
You took them down long?
Weapons, anything like that? Okay.
Can I leave my glasses here, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Loose and
Sure. So we are going to have to place you under arrest, okay? We'll take you to Greene County. Is there
The only
anything...
question I have is Brittany Irick at said Greene County? If so...
I have no idea.
Okay, that's my sister. She was arrested from here, and she's not allowed back at the house.
Okay. Well, that's something I can let the COs know
I
so that they
don't
don't...
think there's like a protection order or anything, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'll talk to the COs. I'm sure you'll talk to the COs too. I'm sure they'll make room for it and make sure that that's not going to be an issue, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm just going to quickly, make sure you don't have any weapons on you. I'm not
Yeah.
doing a full search or
I've
anything
only
like
got
that, okay?
2 pockets.
You only got 2 pockets? Okay. Where are the pockets at? Oh, okay, I see them. Okay. All right, you got nothing else on you? No. Okay. So I'm just going to warn you right now. If you do have anything else on you and they find it at Greene County, because you're going to have to go through like a scanner and all that. If you have anything on you, that's going to be an additional charge. If you do have something on you right now, we can just deal with it. We can squash it right here and now. Okay?
No, there's nothing else.
Nothing? Okay. Is there anything else you need from inside? I know he's going to go get your shoes. Do you have a phone or a wallet or something that you need?
My phone's on my desk and my wallet's on my dresser.
You want those? You can leave them here if you want, or you can take them if you want.
I don't think I'd be able to use my phone, but I'd like to have it. Oh, I don't know.
It's up to you. I don't mind. You're being okay with me. I want to be okay with you. Okay. If you want, we can get your phone and take that with us. And if you want, we can grab your wallet. We can take that with us as well. Is that something you want?
Yes, please.
Okay. Would you mind telling Pensie's just over there? You said it's on the desk in your room?
Yeah, my room is downstairs.
Oh, and you want your glasses to stay here, or you want your glasses to go home or go with you? Okay. Phone and wallet, and then could you take these inside? Thanks. Okay. We'll wait for them to get your shoes before I bring the car around, okay?
Okay. Do you have any idea how long I'd be here? This is legitimately my first time being in
any trouble?
Sort of trouble.
Okay, sure. So right now...
Grab your clothes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be right back, and I'll kind of go over some stuff with you, okay?
So it says Michaela Curry was charged with 9 counts of assault and endangering children, according to the Fairborn Municipal Court. All charges are first-degree misdemeanors. The Fairborn Police Department incident report listed that the victims as a 1-year-old boy, a 1-year-old girl, and a 2-year-old boy. Fairborn Police opened an investigation August 15 after officers were notified of a possible assault the day before at Creative World Learning Center on West Goodman Drive. The reportee noticed an abrasion on the child's side August 14 while picking up the child from the facility. A worker later identified Curry reportedly told the reportee that they didn't know what happened. The next day, a daycare worker sent the child home with a report stating the facility did its own investigation and terminated the staff member involved. The officer watched the video who reportedly showed the child throwing 2 different toys at someone. The person who was out of view of the camera grabbed the child's ankle and pulled the child. The facility notified licensing, children protective services, and parents, according to the court files. Okay. Police reviewed additional footage of Curry on the day of the incident. The footage showed Curry grabbing a child's arm and pull the child across the room, smacking the child in the head with an open hand and pushing the child to the ground at least twice. Damn. Fairborn police in September also requested video footage of every day where Curry signed off on an incident report. 3 additional dates, June 13, August 2nd, August 10th, were identified. However, because of the facility only stores video footage for a month, there was no video available for additional days. So who knows how many kids this person been beating up? Kids trashing around, beating up. Curry's next hearing is scheduled November 27th. Or Curry, whatever. How many kids this person been beating up, but they don't have a record of 1 month. The Michaela, that's like the middle name. Or whatever name they made up. It's let's see here. It's Michaela Grayson Curry. Curry's last name. That kind of stuff happens a lot in those daycares too. They got some about Gloria from way earlier. Fast forward this.
Has a label on it is in his nightstand.
Yeah, right here. They got a bag. They got prescribed meds and stuff like that. Evidently, she is TV and he is Grayson.
Okay. Driver's license says.
Right. This is the identifying ass thing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So, notification to the jail on that. Hey man, that's cool. Huh? Yeah, that's cool.
Judge said Kaylin Armstrong is eligible for parole after serving at least half of her sentence or 30 years, whichever comes first. The verdict is unanimous. A financial penalty not to exceed $10,000 is also applicable. Okay. So, I don't know what the exact time is. I guess. Oh, we're still waiting on it. Still open probation though.
Do you have the meds inside, or they're coming back out with it? Okay.
His dad went downstairs to get one.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Medication.
They all have her name on it? Or?
Well, this one doesn't, and they said that this is a different pill, so I don't get it.
It's the same thing.
Okay.
If they don't have the nurse know his name on it, then okay. These ones all have his name. Yeah. Okay. Her. Yeah. Right.
Beat him.
There's a monster pill. Okay. That would be that one right here.
Yeah, it says ariprazole.
Well, then that's not what was in this bottle.
They're different names.
No, it should all be the same name.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an antibiotic.
It's ARIP, blah, 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 blah. I'm just pretty sure it's a pill. It's a generic name.
It just doesn't have a label.
Yeah, see, this is
order to possess it, you have to have.
They send in.
Okay. So this is 875.
Yeah, here, baby. You want to take the bottle with you? Okay.
See, that's just a weird thing because
A month
because the state of Ohio doesn't recognize it. Let's say, for instance, you were driving in your car and we stopped you.
This is like the.
Labs is an antibiotic.
Okay. Monta.
There was no prescription label.
Okay, this is.
Blocking out the name of
That's what we're looking for.
Let me see.
We would have to, but that wouldn't say you had legs.
Ones that he takes.
Okay. And then
That one's his singular.
Back to his phone. Okay. You have to.
That one's one that he takes. That's.
Yeah.
Okay. So these all three needs to go.
Let me see this one. Is this?
No, that's how much. That's my ADHD medicine.
Okay. This is his ADHD.
ARIP.
The
She went to
little.
go look for it.
Okay. Yeah.
This
We'll look for
one
it.
is not.
Okay. She went to go look for it. I gave her the little bottle to go look and match up. I didn't see it.
So did he kind of go over with you what was happening with that?
Something about 9 counts or something.
Yeah, so she is, it's called a probable cause warrant. So pretty much what happened was the detective gathered enough evidence, brought it to like a grand jury, and convinced them that they wanted to hear the case. So right now it's still in the probable cause phase. Right, which is we take her to
almost
jail,
gave up.
put a warrant out for her.
I'm about
we
to
take her
come back later.
and she's probably going to see a judge for bond or whatever on Monday. Okay, right now.
Over the weekend.
Yeah, she doesn't have bond right now, so there's no bond right now until she can see a judge. Okay, but on Monday,
She gonna go in the women's section or the men's section?
probably gonna have to go in the women's section. Just because, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I think this is somebody that transitioned.
Section. Monday,
She gonna go in the women's section or the men's section?
probably gonna have to go in the women's section. Just because, I mean, I don't know what the jail's policy is. Okay, that's not fairborn. What we determine. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not 100% sure on it, if I'm not mistaken, if legally, like her legal sex is still female, or his legal sex is still female, then by law.
10 parts.
Yeah. So unfortunately, like she would not be, or he would not be allowed to be in the male section.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty wild though.
That's the one.
Her with the men and stuff. Probably get knocked up and all kinds of. They can't do that. Oh, this is a special area, a special section.
That's a. No.
That needs
That's
to go.
the only one that he's got.
Okay. So it's only going to go.
His. So it's if they pull up.
It's the daycare worker's house. Yeah.
You know, if you've got access to his Walgreens, because I mean, they
We don't
should.
really have access to that.
Yeah, he does with his phone, but he ain't gonna keep his phone, is he?
Well, I mean, they have access to the pharmacy board.
The jail? I don't think so.
Well, they pulled. Well,
We got notified.
our autistic daughter, Brittany, that y'all guys used to have to come down here. All
Yeah,
she's been there for a while.
She's on
She's in the Green
the.
County.
She's on the third floor.
Oh, okay.
Damn, all the kids messed
I
up.
remember Brittany. I think I've
Yeah.
been here a
Yeah,
few
you've
times
been
for
here.
Brittany.
She's on the third
She's
floor.
been to court a couple of times.
So,
They declared her incompetent, and they won't give us custody because she's guardianship because of the attacks. And
Sister's taking it.
her sister's going to take her.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
so that's all in works right now. The attorneys are on. But
Court's
they're-
on the 29th.
yeah. So what they're going to do is the case. She's been declared incompetent. They're doing another.
I think it's a woman trying to be or transitioning to a guy. I think that's what it is.
And then
I think biologically it's a woman
any of these
or whatever the right thing.
But this one is needs it.
Is it not?
It doesn't.
But
have
it doesn't
have a
have
script
his
on his.
name on it.
Well, how about I take it, and then if they don't want it, and they kick it back to me and say they can't, I'm coming back to the city. I'll be here all night. I can either drop it off or I can leave it in the mailbox if it gets late at night or something like that.
Morning.
If you want me to do that, if you want me to go ahead and try to do that,
I can't drive. I just got out of hospital.
Okay, sure.
So-
Well, I'll try. I don't think they're going to take it, so I think I'm going to have to bring it back. If it's too late, I'll probably just put it in. If you're okay with it, I'll just drop it in your mailbox if it's too late. Because I don't want you guys to be waking up at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Yeah, because I know with Brits, they somehow were able to look hers up, and they wouldn't add on Tylenol or Motrin.
Well, they do have their own they have medical staff at the jail. It's just not 24 hours.
So they may not.
So they
even look it up till tomorrow.
So they probably won't even be able to look it up till tomorrow. Okay.
Has he taken a dose today?
I don't know when he takes it.
Gray?
He's talking to him.
Can't afford bond or anything like that. Then Monday morning you will see a judge, and they will determine whether they're going to go ahead and release you with a date. If they want to keep you, that will all be done. Not necessarily. If you bond out tonight, if you get a hold of a bail bond and pay that bond, they can release you tonight with our court date, whatever he gives you on your paperwork. Okay? But that I would wait until you hear from him, because he's going to
Whatever the bond said. Who has the bond?
Huh?
Who will set the bond?
So the warrant should have the bond set. I didn't think that it. Let me go check and see if there's a bond set. Okay. All right.
You want to follow that up in there?
Yeah. We'll get in on this side.
Is there any way I can have this switched to the front? If possible.
I mean, I think the pronouns thing is ridiculous, but I respect somebody. I'll try to be respectful. But whatever. Let's see what's going on now. Armstrong's demeanor in court. Some people may be sitting there silent. That does not mean anything. That doesn't mean she feels remorse. Or somebody's talking about her. Is the judge? Caitlin was utterly selfish. Think about that. Oh man, so they're really taking their time today with this. They're really taking their time. Murdaugh people, I guess they should be coming back any time now, because it looks like the attorneys at least walk back in. Not sure what they were handling behind the scenes. And wonder what we'll get to hear. Yeah. Yeah, child attacking a child, I guess, different kids. That's true. They didn't disrespect the baby, right? The charges this person's being accused of. Oh, today's Shannon and Ryan, too. What's happening with that? The witch doctor. to see what this was about.
It's a wild scene as a guy on his way to work finds himself in the middle of a police shootout. Then he sees a cop has been hit, and he proceeds to put his own life on the line to help.
Come on! Come on, you're okay, bro.
I just didn't want him to get shot again. That was the main thing.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The drama erupts when cops in Houston got into a gun battle with a suspected carjacker. As John Lally sprints forward, you can hear the injured officer screaming in pain from a bullet in his leg.
I got you.
Lally and another officer grab the wounded cop by his bulletproof vest and drag him behind a vehicle. Video shot from across the highway shows the amazing scene as they pull the stricken officer. The Good Samaritan tries to comfort the wounded cop as officers put a tourniquet on his leg.
Hold my hand. Hold my hand.
Oh, man, that's nice.
I'm still here with you, buddy.
You can see other witnesses huddling behind a car for safety. Then Lally makes a surprising admission.
I've been to jail 1,000,000 times, man, and I love cops too, bro. You're gonna be all right.
Fellow officers lift the cop to a vehicle to rush him to the hospital.
Let's go. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt, John.
Another cop takes the Good Samaritan's details.
Let me know what happens with him, bro.
Sometimes there's moments that you can help and you should help.
I spoke to Lally, a landscaper, today.
You've had a checkered past and you've turned your life around. What run-ins did you have with police in the past?
I've had a burglary of a habitation. I've had possession of firearms. I've had even a domestic case, but none of that defines you as a person. I've always had a good heart. Just because I've done messed up things.
The truly reformed individual is a person that we can use. And he stepped up.
I'm still here with you, buddy.
That's nice. Was he recording with his phone? Or I guess he took out his phone. That's cool, though.
These.
What I want to see. I want to see this. Let's see. I wonder if there's a full video somewhere. This lady going crazy. Let's see where she's at. There's another story too that's kind of interesting. I wanted to cover at some point. But let's see. This Democrat county commissioner. I want to see the body cam. This lady was going nuts. This is right here. Yeah, you can see oh, lady passed out. County commissioner realizes she just destroyed her career. And I think she's trying to sue them or something now.
Pick her up by the arm.
Dang. Oh. What the hell did you drink? Or is there more stuff than just drinking? Tranquilize her ass. Wow, what is it? She passed out over here? Dang.
County commissioner.
Yes, you heard the police officer right. The woman you just saw having the mother of all episodes is Clayton County Commissioner Felicia Franklin. What appears to be a wild night out gone wrong, however, could turn out to be far more complicated once she's coherent enough
she claims
to
that she
share
was
her
drugged.
version of how everything went off the rails. But regardless of how she got to this point, the consequences Felicia will ultimately face will not be fun. Here's what police found when they first arrived at the scene.
And they're saying police, this recent article from a couple days ago, Georgia police dispute local Democrat officials' claim that she was drugged before passing out in the street.
On that fateful night, September 29th, 2023.
Hi. How are you? You all right? Who served her? we got an ambulance coming.
Man, that chick laid out, bro. Wow. Damn.
County Commission.
Because Felicia is mostly unresponsive, emergency medical services are summoned to assess what's wrong.
This what happened when I reached you guys. So apparently she fell off the bench. We found her on the ground over here.
Yeah, sir. We want to make sure she didn't hit her head.
Yeah.
Tell me what's going on. You don't know? Okay. Who's in charge of this young lady?
I'll take control.
Okay. What's your name, sir? My name? Unfortunately, the EMTs are unable to get a clear answer from Felicia about what happened that left her in this state. As a result, police and the EMTs agree that she needs a medical assessment and might even need to go to the hospital.
Did she refuse me a mess? Did somebody?
I have not evaluated her.
Okay, I don't want to get in. I'm not trying to get in your way. Okay. I apologize. I'll stand back.
Okay, so we're going to go to the back of my truck.
Okay, I apologize.
And do a little bit more talking.
I apologize, sir.
Okay, sweetie, what I want you to do is stand up and turn around. It's going to be just like dancing. Okay, well, we'll pick you up and move you over there. Make it the way you are, sir.
Sheriff 1. Upstairs, Georgia Orleans, Tyrone Thompson, out of Jonesboro, 25.
The wheels locked on there?
Florida Orleans, back to Eric McMahon. Showing expired, no longer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to be out of Georgia. 060 931 981.
Come on over here, sweetie. Put your legs under you. Put your leg.
Not functional, man.
Finally, the EMTs are able to get Felicia onto the stretcher, but when they try to take her over to the ambulance, things really start to go wrong.
Don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't leave me! I was 5 Don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't leave me!
Hey, 12, what's up?
As things start ramping up, Felicia's emergency contact arrives.
Let them get her inside. Let her evaluate her. Like I say, she'll be able to. As long as nothing.
Okay, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. What happened? She's spitting up. She's throwing up.
Don't spit on me. Don't talk about me.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm out the way like hell nah.
She's spitting up. She's throwing up.
Don't leave me!
I'm not leaving you. I'm not going anywhere.
I seen the tranquilizer, some Klonopin, Ativan, something.
Patty, don't leave
Benadryl.
Patty, don't leave me!
What's the other one? This is another one. The psych one.
That's whiskey.
Whiskey?
That's whiskey. You drink bourbon?
I don't know.
What have you been drinking tonight? Any bourbon?
I don't know. I just want Patty. Patty, come to me, Patty.
Instead of calming things down, the presence of Felicia's friend Patty actually appears to be agitating Felicia even more. However, nothing you've seen so far compares to what's about to happen once they get Felicia on board the ambulance.
How police officers at?
Bring me Patty, please, Patty, please.
Y'all gonna have to take her for public transport.
I can't get him out of this truck.
She's not working.
He's a Get him out this truck. Hear me, Patty, please.
Oh my God.
We gotta check you out, baby.
Like a demon.
No. They're trying to help.
This is a nightmare. Get him out this truck.
Oh.
Don't.
Get him out this truck.
Felicia, don't do
Get
this.
him out this truck. Get him out this
Felicia.
truck. Get him out this.
Okay, he's gone. He's
I'm
gone.
not drinking for
He's
you.
gone.
Oh.
You need to stop.
Felicia.
Bro. What the heck? Oh my gosh. What got into this woman? It's got to be more than drinking, no? What?
You need to stop.
Felicia.
You're going to make it worse than what it needs to be.
Felicia.
You but
No. No, she's not. He's not making it worse.
Let
Trying,
them
we're all
look at
trying
you.
to help, baby. Felicia.
No, you're not.
Honey, you fell down. You fell down. We want to make sure that
No,
you're okay.
you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
We gotta make sure you're okay.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're
Felicia, this is Patty. This is Patty.
Can't do it no more.
After a bit more screaming, the wind seems to go out of Felicia's sails, at least for now. Perhaps exhaustion is catching up to her. Even on the verge of sleep, however, she still manages to behave defiantly.
Don't be like that. He's trying to help you out. Why are you going to do that to me? I've been trying to help you out too.
You were really, you were simping. And you got caught up. You turned you down. You went
Not
crazy.
very nice.
Too. I know he's playing right. I know he's trying to be a simp too.
Oh, Patty.
And tell her what? You want me to tell Patty that? The lady that was just in here trying to calm you down and help you out? Well, that's not very nice.
Oh, Patty, she worse.
By this point, it's becoming clear that neither the officers, the EMTs, nor Felicia's friends are going to be able to get a straight answer as to what happened that left her in such a state. It seems they'll have no other choice but to take her to the hospital. But partway there, disaster strikes. Felicia wakes back up, angrier than ever, and so is the lead EMT. When someone is heavily intoxicated, their mind isn't working well, and rational thinking goes right out the window. So attempting to effectively engage with them isn't reasonable.
You will sit still and you will shut up. At this point in time, I've had it. I've had it. We're at 0 right now. I've tried every avenue to help you, but you are not cooperating with me. You're going to sit here and you're going to be quiet and we're going to take you to the hospital. Am I clear? Am I clear?
Patty, get him out.
I don't care who Patty is. You are my patient.
His last name is
Tie her up. Tie her up.
Yes, ma'am. My last name is Moses, and I work for the city of Morrow.
Get him out my face. Get him out my face. Get him out my face. I don't give a get him out my face.
The ambulance actually had to pull over on the way to the hospital because Felicia was getting too rowdy.
Hey, Patty, get him out my face. Hey, get him out my face. Get him out my face. Get him out my face. Get him out my face.
Well, just a minute.
Get him out my face. Get him out my face.
I was thinking of Hell Doll. Hell Doll put her ass out. Maybe because of the alcohol or something. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to give her anything.
Get him out my face. You gotta get him out my face. I don't give a Get him out my face. You better get him out my face. You better get him out my face.
Ma'am, you're about to go to jail.
I don't give a get him out my face.
Yeah, you do.
You get him out my face.
So the choice is, do you want to go to the hospital or you want to go to jail?
You get him out my face. You did not handle this
We're going to the
properly.
hospital. Hush. We're going to the hospital. Be quiet.
Because either way, you'll have to go to the hospital because the jail won't take you this drunk.
I'm not that drunk. You can take me to the hospital. Get him out my face. Get him out my face.
He's going to be out of your face in a minute.
Get him out my face.
Making you safe.
Get him out my face.
Jeez.
Making you safe.
Get him out my face. You call my father. You call anybody, but get him out my face.
All right, we got you.
Get him out my face. Get him out my face. Don't you move this truck until you get him out my face.
All right.
With Felicia restrained, the gang gets back on the road and, by some miracle, makes it to the emergency room. But Felicia isn't done yet, and even being in a medical setting doesn't persuade her to quiet down.
Wow. Oh my God, a patient from hell.
What's that?
Your insurance card?
At that point, because in these ERs, they have like a psych room and shit. It's like a door that locks. And they should just throw her in one of them rooms and lock the door behind her. It's being so loud and out of control. Those psych ER rooms? They got a box that they can put you in.
Your mother moved on to the next phase of life.
Shut the f up, Papa.
Sadly, Patty reveals that Felicia's mother passed away several years ago, and yet she continues to call for her at increasing volume.
You're right, I don't.
I do not understand. I just want my mom.
I can only imagine. Can you go ahead and lay back for us?
I'm back, Felicia. We gotta get you out of
I want my mommy. I want my mommy. I want my mommy.
Yeah, we got it.
She gave my life to this profession. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. Can you bring my mommy back?
No, ma'am, I can't. I don't have that ability. I can do a lot of things, but that ain't one of them.
Please.
That's not one of the things I can do, man.
Please.
Let's go this way so you can get to the other side of the
Branch, please bring her back. Branch, please.
I can't, man.
No, Branch, please. She died too early, Branch. Please. She died too early, Branch, please.
Even as the officer takes his leave, Felicia continues screaming in the background as the doctors attempt to treat her. For obvious reasons, no statement was recorded that night, but a few days later, investigators met back up with a more composed Felicia to ask her what on earth happened.
The biggest thing is that after being there and them hearing the set, once they packed up is when I noticed something was going on. Wasn't quite sure. Then after sitting there for a minute, I thought, you know what, I need to go ahead and leave. Normally I would leave right after the band. But then when I got up to walk out the door, literally, and I have 4 kids now, it's like my body just went out. It was not a head swimming. It was not anything like that. It was like my body stopped functioning. That's how it felt.
We see a verbal-nonverbal disconnect here. There's a massive delay in Felicia's hand motion after she says her body just went out, and this could be an indicator of deception. Apparently, Felicia had gone out to see live music and states that she had no more than 2 drinks, specifically a glass of wine and a single cocktail, which she didn't finish. However, thanks to security footage provided by the bar where the scene took place, police observe otherwise.
Oh, no!
I just want to be very blunt with you.
You can be blunt.
You had 5 drinks.
I didn't drink 5 drinks.
Video drink. I'll count all 5 of them. Just want to let you know that.
I had 5 drinks.
Yes, Felicia.
Yes.
I don't remember having 5 drinks.
Oh, yeah. We got the tape.
I don't remember this.
Felicia's repeated use of the selective memory statement, "I don't remember," are attempts to decrease the anxiety around trying to dismiss the facts that are right in front of her.
And then they give me your receipt as well, and it shows all the drinks on it as well. You had 3 home runs, the ink, that pink.
No, I didn't even order food. Other people had this. I didn't drink that.
Right.
Felicia sticks to her guns, insisting she only had the 2 drinks, prompting the investigator to ask his most pointed question thus far.
Which of my second question, do you have any blood work drawn?
They didn't draw blood work for whatever reason.
So that you had no test to see if any.
They didn't draw any blood work.
Okay.
They didn't draw any blood work.
Felicia claiming that they didn't draw any blood work
they did?
doesn't seem to convince the officer this is the case, despite her repeatedly stating it.
Tell me they
but
did.
The existence of a toxicology report from the hospital reveals that Felicia either doesn't remember the testing or that she isn't telling the full truth. Multiple news outlets have claimed the toxicology report found that Felicia had consumed several alcoholic drinks. Felicia was removed from her post as vice chairperson and has had her authority as the county commissioner curtailed. She can no longer issue appointments or make zoning recommendations. Some of her colleagues are lobbying the governor to remove her from the commission entirely. Only time will tell if there are more consequences in store for Felicia. Though it may come as a surprise, Felicia hasn't faced any charges associated with the unfortunate incident.
Wow. Felicia.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Stouffer. Police are now questioning a local county
Where
commissioner.
are they at with this Alex Murdaugh stuff?
Someone spiked her drink at a bar. New at 6, Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie is live in Morrow. And Mark, police told you they have not found any evidence that anyone targeted the commissioner, Felicia Franklin, with GHB.
We can show you drink by drink by drink by drink on video what happened according to a Morrow police investigator. And we can bring you key parts of Commissioner Franklin's side because we've got video of her interview with that police sergeant.
Get him off my face! You gotta get.
No evidence to support the claim of Miss Franklin having something put in her drink. From the body cam and the video of at 404 Sports Bar and Grill.
This is Clayton County Commissioner
Oh,
Felicia
she was
Franklin.
dancing. Having the time of her life.
That is correct.
The Clayton County Commissioner, the cameras, and her claim suggesting she may have been drugged. Morrow Police Sergeant Scott Stewart says he reviewed hours of police body cam video and security video from inside the 404 Sports Bar and Grill to determine what caused Clayton County Commissioner Felicia Franklin to pass out outside the club and later behave combatively in a Morrow Fire EMS ambulance after an officer summoned help because she may have hit her head outside 404 the night of September 29th.
She's been on medication for 2 weeks.
A Morrow police document says, quote, there is no evidence to support the claim of Ms. Franklin having something put in her drink. This is obtained from video at 404 Sports Bar and Grill, unquote.
We are pending a subpoena for blood to see if blood work was done at the hospital when she went.
They didn't draw blood for whatever reason.
To me, this Alex Murdaugh thing today has been like a reunion or something. Like a get together reunion, kind of kick it up and just chat it up and shit, chill, get paid. The memories we had together, I'll never forget, and the more to come. Crazy plane lady.
She's the woman dubbed Crazy Plane Lady after that epic plane meltdown seen round the world. Now, in this Inside Edition exclusive, Tiffany Gomez is opening up about her freak out on the plane.
It was the worst moment of my entire life.
In the infamous viral video that has more than 450 million views, Gomez storms to the front of the plane just moments before takeoff.
I stayed at home for over 4 weeks because I was so ashamed and so embarrassed, like I didn't want to go in public.
Now, for the first time, Gomez is explaining what happened on board the American Airlines flight from Dallas to Orlando. She says she was heading out to a family vacation when she just lost it.
What do you want to say to the people out there who are like, okay, this girl was drunk, this girl was on something?
I had an altercation and I felt very strongly that I needed to get off the plane.
According to the police report, Gomez was arguing with a fellow passenger, accusing them of stealing her AirPods. The 39-year-old demanded the plane return to the gate, and it did. With her $1,900 designer handbag slung over her shoulder, she let loose.
What did you really mean by that?
It was a figure of speech, like he's not being real.
Like when you say this person's fake or this person's not real, he's not quote unquote keeping it real. You weren't saying that this person is not a real person.
Yes.
Why did you think the people were in danger on the flight?
Just due to the altercation. I don't want to go into too much detail for legal reasons.
Despite the worldwide attention she's received, Gomez says she's focusing on her marketing and real estate ventures. She gave me a tour of her stylish Dallas home.
This is where I spend most of my time.
Oh my gosh. You have like your own movie theater here.
It's pretty much that. I'm actually a big homebody, funny enough. I love to travel. Luckily, I still can.
Just not on American.
Just not on American.
Yep, American Airlines has banned her.
Oh, she banned?
The woman dubbed Crazy Plane Lady is back at the airport 4 months after her epic airplane meltdown. Only Inside Edition was there as Tiffany Gomez arrived at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, the exact
in that moment. I
got to the gate and cops
that you assaulted somebody by pushing
out of the airport.
We just got reports that you assaulted somebody by pushing.
Wait, I assaulted someone? I'm 5'2", 120 pounds.
The gentleman is not wanting to press charges, okay?
I was a brat. Like, I do want to address that. Like, I was a brat. I feel horrible for everyone that was on that plane.
Now, Tiffany Gomez is getting a do-over. She boarded her flight from Dallas to New York and went...
All right. I might take a break and let this just play out. I didn't think they were gonna. It was gonna be like an all day thing where we don't hear anything. It's just a visual, like a visual show. I guess everything's mostly behind the scenes right now. Maybe with Judge Newman, I don't know. Tell me that you love me. Tell me that you hate me. Oh. The big boys taking all day long. All right. Guess we gotta wait. This is the thing too. Do we really want to watch this trial? I think I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. Tired from like yesterday. Dude, if this is a sign of the financial trial, man, it's gonna be rough. Yeah, this is like the financial trial without the finances. Oh man. I mean, why even stream this shit? There's nothing going on until. Watch as soon as I go sit down, they come back in. Take a picture. Yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom. Maybe lay down for a little bit. I didn't think this. I really thought. I didn't think it would be like this long, but drunk driver. Murdaugh court has adjourned, and sources indicate that court TV they're close to reaching a global plea. Oh, is that what's going on? This was an hour ago. Maybe that's what's going on. Thank you, Jeannie, for tagging me on Twitter. Murdaugh court has adjourned, and sources indicate that court TV to court TV that they are close to reaching a global plea on the financial cases. Maybe that. Oh. That was an hour ago. Could be announced soon. Tune in. All right, so I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I'm gonna leave the stream running. So I don't. They had us just do this for them to make an announcement. I guess they're working on a deal behind the scenes. I thought we were gonna be hearing a back and forth, blah blah blah, yada yada, boom boom boom. It's gonna be interesting, riveting. No, it's nothing. It doesn't look like they're getting ready to come back though. All right, I'm gonna keep you guys on my phone though. Be right back. Maybe I should put something up, like a little text thing, waiting for the return. Dick. Oh my
Court is back in session. Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Waters.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
We're obviously here in the state grand jury case against Richard Alec Murdaugh. He is present and represented by his counsel, Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. As Your Honor is aware, we currently have trial scheduled to begin a week from Monday on at least one aspect of the multiple financial crimes that have been investigated and indicted by the state grand jury against Mr. Murdaugh for his abuse of his law license to steal money from clients. It is my understanding that Mr. Murdaugh here today intends to plead guilty pursuant to a plea agreement, which I will detail here in a moment, and that this will ultimately, if this proceeding goes through, will resolve those financial crimes that are alleged against Mr. Murdaugh. Your Honor, pursuant to that plea agreement, I believe you have a copy up at the bench. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to that plea agreement, Your Honor, and I'll detail the plea agreement and the various provisions of it as we do this particular.
Is all that correct thus far, Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, it is.
All right. Go ahead, please.
And Your Honor, I would ask if the defendant could be sworn as we begin this proceeding, and obviously I think because it'd be fairly lengthy, I would request that they be allowed to sit during the state's presentation.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll stand and be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have, in fact, signed a plea agreement here with the defense here today. It has been executed by me for the state, as well as Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Murdaugh himself. And you should have a number of sentencing sheets that are part of this plea. What we've endeavored to do with this plea is to bring some finality to this matter, but to also ensure that there's an appropriate sentence, a lengthy sentence that ensures that Mr. Murdaugh will remain in state prison for a very long time.
Like 5
Your Honor, there are a lot
of
of charges, and so I'm going to first of all go through and detail the charges from the various indictments to which he will be pleading. And again, to put this plea together, we ensured that there was at least one, and sometimes more than one, representative charge for each victim that was victimized by Mr. Murdaugh in the course of his legal practice. The first indictment is 2021 GS 4727, and pursuant to this plea agreement, Mr. Murdaugh will be pleading to count 2, which is money laundering, value $100,000 or more, and that will be a negotiated sentence of 20 years.
Yeah.
The second count to which he will be pleading is in 2021 GS 4728. This indictment was venued in Bamberg County and dealt with the crimes committed, first of all, in the diversion of the fees in the case that he shared with Chris Wilson from the firm, as well as ultimately not paying back, ultimately convincing Chris Wilson to cover $192,000 of those fees. Your Honor, he will be pleading in this for that indictment, count 1 for false pretenses, $10,000 or more, for a sentence of 10 years, as well as count 7, which is false pretenses, $10,000 or more, for another 10 years. The third indictment is 2021 GS 4729. This is the crime that is venued in Allendale County. The victim in this case was Dion Martin, and Mr. Murdaugh has agreed to plead guilty to count 1, breach of trust with fraudulent intent, $10,000 or more, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4730. This is venued here in Beaufort County, and this is the indictment that the state was prepared to try a week from Monday. This is the case involving the Satterfield matter, and he has agreed to plead to count 4 which is 2021 GS 4730, count 4 for 10 years. 2021 GS 4730, count 5 for 20 years. And 2021 GS 4730, count 8 for 20 years. Those latter two were money laundering. Those are 20-year offenses that are at 85% time that must be served. Your Honor, the next indictment to which you'll be pleading is 2021 GS 4731. This is where the victim was Manuel Santos Cristiani, and he will be pleading to breach of trust in count 1, and the negotiated sentence is 10 years. The next indictment, 2021 GS 4732, this is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Randy Drawdy. And in that particular matter, he will be pleading to breach of trust, $2,000 to $10,000, and the negotiated sentence is 5 years. The next indictment is 2021 GS 4733, and this matter involved the estate of Blondell Gary and venued in Hampton County. In that particular case, he will be pleading guilty to count 2 for money laundering, value $100,000 or more. The negotiated sentence will be 20 years. The next indictment is 2021 GS 4734. This is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Chris Anderson, and he will be pleading to count 2, which is money laundering $100,000 or more with a negotiated sentence of 20 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4735. This is venued in Beaufort County, and the victim is Jordan Jinks. He will be pleading to forgery, 2021 GS 4735, count 5, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4736. This is venued in Hampton County. The victim is Johnny Bush, and he will be pleading to count 2, which is computer crime, value more than $10,000, for a negotiated sentence of 5 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4737. He will be pleading to count 1 in that one. That is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Jamian Risher, and he will be pleading to a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4738. This is venued in Colleton County, and the victim was the estate of Sandra Taylor. He will be pleading in that matter to 2021 GS 4738, count 2 for money laundering. That's an 85% offense, and he will be pleading to a 7-year sentence on that particular crime that will be consecutive to count 5 of 2021 GS 30. The next one is 2022 GS 4701. This is venued in Hampton County. The victim was Natasha Thomas, and he will be pleading to breach of trust in count 1 to a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4702. In this instance, the victim was Hakeem Pinkney, and the heirs of Hakeem Pinkney. That is venued in Hampton County. He will be pleading to count 1, breach of trust, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4703. This is venued in Allendale County, and the victim was Arthur Badger. He will be pleading to count 1, breach of trust, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. Additionally, 2022 GS 4710. This is venued in Colleton County. This actually had a criminal conspiracy and a drug offense in it. He will be pleading to the criminal conspiracy in that particular matter for a negotiated sentence of 5 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4723. This is venued in Hampton County, and the victim is Randy Murdaugh and the law firm. He will be pleading to count 3, which is money laundering, value more than $100,000, and for a negotiated sentence of 20 years. Your Honor, I would add that that particular count, and only that particular count, the plea will be pursuant to Alford. Moving on to 2022 GS 4724. This is, again, the law firm being the victim, venued in Colleton County, and he will be pleading to count 3 of obtaining signature of property by false pretenses for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. Finally, we have 2022 GS 4734. This is the series of indictments that related to his tax evasion based on his more than a decade-long schemes to defraud clients, and as well as defraud the South Carolina Department of Revenue. He will be pleading to count 9 of that particular indictment, and that will be willful attempt to evade a tax, and the negotiated sentence will be 5 years. Your Honor, obviously we are here today to resolve indictments that span the region and that span a number of counties. And this, of course, has materialized here today as we showed up for pretrial proceedings. And so obviously the proposal that we have for Your Honor is to take these pleas today with these negotiated sentences that result in a net lead sentence of 27 years at 85% time. We do request that we defer sentencing to a later time so that all the various victims can be notified. We have been in the process of notifying them, but obviously want that proceeding to take place at a time where they can be present and speak to the court if they wish to. So we do have that request to Your Honor. Additionally, as we look at this particular plea agreement, because we have crimes to which he is pleading in various counties, we would request that there be a colloquy with the defendant to waive venue for those counties other than Beaufort to resolve those matters here today with this plea. In looking through the various provisions in the plea agreement, and we've gone over them in great detail with counsel, and I believe counsel has gone over them with his client. It sets forth the various pleas and the various counts to which you will be pleading that I just detailed, as well as the negotiated sentences. It also, though, has in this particular plea agreement that Mr. Murdaugh will waive any appeals that he may have and any post-conviction relief appeal that he may have as it relates to the financial matters that we are addressing here today, thus bringing finality to this sentence and to this chapter in the history of the South Carolina judicial system. Of course, though, we would request a colloquy with him about those particular waivers as well. In the event that Mr. Murdaugh accepts these pleas and accepts this negotiated sentence of 27 years in state prison, then obviously the state will null pros the various remaining counts following consummation of the plea. Additionally, it's important to point out that this plea today does nothing to address any county charges. This is only here to address the state grand jury charges that have been indicted. It has no effect, obviously, on the murder convictions and the litigation that surrounds the murder convictions. This, again, is only here to resolve those financial matters, and that is the point of this particular proceeding, to take care of that. I think those are perhaps the major provisions that we need to address that are in the plea agreement. Again, the main things that I think need to be addressed, of course, is from the plea agreement is Mr. Murdaugh's assent to resolution, assent to the negotiated sentence. The other provision in there is restitution. In this particular document, Mr. Murdaugh admits that he owes restitution, but the exact amounts and that order will be deferred for when we have the sentencing proceeding here in the future. Finally, I think, Your Honor, we obviously need to address these issues with Mr. Murdaugh, and then at that time the state will go through the factual basis. It's obviously very extensive. We're talking about a multi-year course of conduct, and it is very detailed. I think our plan here for today, if this is all right with Your Honor, is for me to do a quicker version, which is still going to be fairly extensive, to get through the factual basis of this plea, and then at the sentencing proceeding, I would ask for leave of court again to go into more detail about exactly how Mr. Murdaugh committed these schemes, how he used his law license to abuse the judicial system. We think there's a valid, very important valid state interest in exposing those facts and exposing this long-time course of conduct, this abuse of power and influence for the public and for the judicial system itself. With that, Your Honor, I would yield to Your Honor to have the colloquy with Mr. Murdaugh, and then I'll be happy to address the factual basis after that.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh agrees with the state's rendition concerning the plea agreement. He has executed that plea agreement. We would also withdraw our motion for recusal so we can proceed with you being the judge on this matter. I think that's all I would say prior to you having the colloquy with Mr. Murdaugh. Jim.
Mr. Griffin, any comment at this point?
No, Your Honor, I have nothing further to add.
Mr. Murdaugh, you've heard what Mr. Waters has stated. Do you agree with the statements he has made?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to withdraw your formally entered plea of not guilty and plead guilty to each and every one of these charges?
I do.
You, your lawyer, and the prosecutor have negotiated a sentence in this matter that's been recited by Mr. Waters. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where there's a negotiated sentence, either I will accept the guilty plea, and give you the exact sentence that you, your lawyer, and the prosecutor have negotiated, or I will not accept your guilty plea. Do you understand that?
I do, yes, sir.
And would you like for me to accept the guilty plea and impose the negotiated sentence?
Yes, sir, I would.
And because these cases, various counts are venued in various counties, Orangeburg County, Hampton County, Colleton County, Bamberg County, Allendale County, I think that in addition to Beaufort, do you wish to waive venue from those counties to have the case heard here in Beaufort?
I do.
Is there any question in your mind as to whether or not you wish to proceed with this guilty plea?
No, sir, there's no question in my mind.
Do you believe you've had enough time to think about it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are
It's a
you
long
set?
time to think about it.
I can imagine. Do you believe that you've had effective representation by Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Absolutely.
Now, this plea agreement includes a provision providing for a waiver of appeal and waiver of filing any post-conviction relief, as well as ordering restitution. You have reviewed those provisions and are fully informed and agree with those provisions.
I am, yes, sir.
Under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the court must ensure that the Victim's Bill of Rights have been complied with. The state is well aware of that, as well as your lawyers. And the victims have the right to be heard prior to the official imposition of any sentence or the official acceptance of a guilty plea. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And so it's the intent of the court, assuming a factual basis is established by Mr. Waters or Mr. James, that the court will accept this guilty plea contingent upon the Victim's Bill of Rights being satisfied. Therefore, any sentencing will take place at a subsequent hearing, which will be on November 28th at 10 o'clock. Do you understand that?
It'll be when, sir?
November 28th.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Tuesday.
I'm sorry.
I understood it wouldn't be today. Yes, sir. I understand that.
All right. And understanding all that has been stated up to this point, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You can be seated, and we'll hear from Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I plan to be somewhat brief today. It is a lot to get through, and will be more detailed as to the specific mechanisms in which these schemes were conducted at the proceeding on November 28th. But we all know, Your Honor knows, of course, having done the trial, the murder trial that we did back in January and February and March, about Mr. Murdaugh and his family legacy, his family power, his family influence, and the influence that he exercised as a respected and powerful plaintiff's lawyer throughout the state, but particularly here in the 14th Circuit. And Your Honor is, of course, aware that after September of 2021, it was reported, of course, the firm announced that they had uncovered that Mr. Murdaugh had allegedly been stealing funds from clients, and that led to a whirlwind state grand jury investigation that started to uncover a decade-long course of conduct of stealing from clients. And I want to, first of all, I want to give thanks to the team that I have here, many of whom you see sitting next to me, those that you saw at the murder trial who have done such Herculean work on this particular case. I have my co-counsel here, Johnny James, as well as co-counsel John Metters, and our forensic accountant, Carson Burney, who did excellent work on this case as well, but also have Ryan Kelly here from SLED, who's just one of the many SLED agents who worked so very hard on this particular case. In order to delve through this morass of documents and financial transactions to ultimately paint the picture of what happened and what Mr. Murdaugh did and what he is now here admitting in a guilty plea that he actually did. But I want to say this, that the other people that I need to thank that is so important were these victims. And I can tell you, Your Honor, that at the beginning of this case, when I first got involved in late August of 2021, and we found out about these allegations and we started to investigate these financial crimes, and I sat down with some of these initial victims and asked them to tell their story, asked them to go in front of the state grand jury and testify and tell their story. And I heard over and over again, Mr. Waters, you don't know who you're messing with. I have to live there. And there was a palpable fear among those victims, and particularly the initial ones, about coming forward. And I told them, I said, you're not going to be alone, but we're going to pursue this to its conclusion, but I can't tell your story without you. And to a man and a woman, those victims, as I sat at a conference room table and looked them in the eye and had those conversations, agreed to come forward because that was the only way that this kind of abuse of the judicial system could be exposed. It's the only way that change could happen. It is the only way that we can ensure that this courtroom and all the other state courtrooms, of which those of us judges and lawyers and law enforcement officers and staff are part of, that it doesn't happen again, that it's not abused in this fashion again. And so I want to thank them, because that really showed true courage. And as the ball started rolling, more and more victims came forward, more and more became willing to tell their story. And as I talked to all of those individuals before they testified, the one thing, the one word that came out over and over again was trust. Was trust. It's what I heard over and over again. And I think that's the heart of this case. It is the trust that comes with having that law license on the wall. It is the trust that comes with being part of a powerful family. It is trust that comes with building a powerful practice. But it is also that trust that comes with the fact of how these schemes typically worked. And the way they worked is that when Alec Murdaugh would bring those individuals in to sign the paperwork, to look at a disbursement sheet that had out all the various disbursements that were coming from these cases, in most instances, he was still handing them a really big check. And it was easy for him it was so easy for him to smooth talk and fast talk them through these disbursement statements because he's handing them that big check. And what they didn't realize was that at the same time, he was taking money from them, sizable portions of money from them, behind his back. And I think as we develop this case, that ultimately what it really boiled down to was such a sense of entitlement and lack of accountability that Mr. Murdaugh felt he was entitled to that money. And so he took it. We've detailed before how Mr. Murdaugh had some financial difficulties that started in the recession back in the late 2000s. And he had some financial difficulties, but after that he had some big cases, and his partners and those around him thought that those big cases, from which he generated large amounts of fees, sometimes 7 figures of fees, that he had gotten everything right. But he hadn't, because his insatiable desire for money meant that not only was he taking 6 and 7 figure fees, not only was he borrowing at very favorable rates from the bank, but he also was stealing from these clients on top of it. And the first one that's indicted by the state grand jury occurred in December of 2011. And that was from Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. And those would be the crimes that are in 2022 GS 4701 and 02. And ultimately, he was able to steal from them with his first scheme. And that first scheme would be that he would have on the disbursement sheets, and those disbursement sheets are where it has the settlement and it takes out the attorney's fees and all the legitimate expenses and where all the money's going, and then the net result, the net amount that's going to the client at the bottom. It's an accounting of all how that money's being dispersed, that money that is going into his trust account that he holds in trust for those very clients. And the procedure is that you get those clients to go through that, you get them to sign it, which he didn't always even go through it with them, but the ones he did, he would put on there, in the initial scheme, he would put on disbursements to Palmetto State Bank. And these disbursements to Palmetto State Bank were easy to talk through very quickly. Staff didn't pick up on it because they looked legitimate. It was not uncommon for Palmetto State Bank to sometimes loan money or to have claims. And so it was easy for that to look legitimate. And again, everyone from the clients to the people that worked in the firm, the people that were his staff, trusted him. They were not going to question what Alec Murdaugh said to do. And so that's how the first one went down. Natasha Thomas, there were checks made out from the trust account, made out just to Palmetto State Bank. And the first one was for $325,000. That was in December of 2011. There was another one that should have gone for the benefit of Hakeem Pinckney that was made out to Palmetto State Bank, and that's $309,581.46. And once he had those checks made out to Palmetto State Bank, he would then get those checks personally, or take those checks and take them over generally to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank. And then Russell Lafitte would willingly and happily then convert those monies on a PMPED trust account check made out to Palmetto State Bank and convert those to checks, to transactions that ultimately would go to pay the personal debts of Alec Murdaugh or into his accounts, or to pay other debts that he had essentially converted for personal use. But that was not the only way that he was able to steal from them, because it's very common for law firms to withhold money from disbursement after they make that initial large disbursement to the client. They withhold money in order to satisfy any medical liens that may need to be paid out of the settlement. And it's also very common for them to then negotiate with the medical provider to pay some percentage lower than the actual lien. Well, what that does is create a very easy delta in the trust account from which Alec Murdaugh could steal. And in this particular instance, there was a money held back for a lien to Medicaid, and as soon as we figured out that's how it was working, we started to look at those delta and look at the expenditures that were there, and ultimately were able to find a check for $25,245.08, dated June 13th, 2012, that ultimately was also converted through use of making the check out to Palmetto State Bank, and then was structured for the benefit of Mr. Murdaugh with money orders and cash under $10,000. That again is December 2011. We move on, and one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh had done was have Russell Lafitte appointed as the conservator for two minors that had their relative had been killed in a wreck. And he started to have Mr. Lafitte cut loans at extremely, almost non-existent interest rates to him to keep him afloat, because what Alec also had going on was a constant velocity of money where he was constantly borrowing money and servicing debt. And to keep those debts alive, to keep those debts afloat, he had to keep that influx of money coming in, whether it came from his law firm, whether it came from stealing from clients, whether it came from new loans. And during that period of time, there was about $1 million of loans that Russell Lafitte wrote to Alec Murdaugh to cover various debts that he had, to keep debts from going bad, to keep them from going into default. And so that highlighted the need to continue to steal money from his clients. And so the next one that we had, and this would have been starting in February of 2013, but this would be where he stole $1.325 million from a case involving Arthur Badger and his deceased wife and their heirs. And this would be the crimes as it relates to 2022 GS 47-3. Ultimately, again, it was $1.325 million. And one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh did to allow him to do that was, when there are multiple plaintiffs, the defense attorneys, once they agree on a global, the civil defense attorneys, once they agree on a global settlement, often rely on the plaintiff's attorneys to allocate those monies among their various plaintiffs. And he allocated the money in such a fashion that the vast majority went to Arthur Badger, even though that really made no sense in the context of the injuries of the case. And so he still was able to give Arthur Badger a check, a six-figure check, that was a great result in what Arthur Badger was expecting, not realizing that the vast majority of that money, that $1.325 million, was ultimately going to be stolen by Alec. And at that point in time, he had the checks cut in about 9 or 10 different instruments, and again, using the method of having them made out to Palmetto State Bank. And ultimately, those checks then were deposited to give the illusion of regular payments on the million or so loans that had come from those other clients where he had Russell Lafitte appointed as the conservator. And again, that ultimately resulted in over $1 million of theft from 2013 to 2014. The next case that went on was an individual by the name of Dion Martin. And Your Honor, this would be the crimes that were alleged in 2021 GS 47-29 in Allendale. Mr. Martin had been injured in a wreck. And this is where we start to see the scheme change. And what Mr. Murdaugh did was take advantage of the fact that it's very common for plaintiffs' lawyers in the state to use the legitimate business Forge Consulting. And Forge Consulting is a business that matches defendants or their insurers with annuity companies to set up annuities or structures for the benefit of plaintiffs who are receiving large settlements. And so what he did was go to Bank of America and set up an account, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge. And once he had that account set up, then it became very easy on these disbursement statements to put a disbursement down to Forge. And again, it's not going to alert the staff because they're used to seeing that Forge. It looks like to them it's going to a legitimate structure, but the reality is now Alec Murdaugh didn't need a middleman. All he had to do was get that check made out to Forge, and then he could take it down to the bank, deposit it into his Bank of America Forge account, and then transfer it into various other accounts or various other personal debts that he had, and convert all that money. And he would tell his staff things like, oh, well, I'm going to go meet the president of Forge. We're going hunting. I'm going to go meet him. I'm going to go meet him for lunch in Orangeburg. I'm going to be in Columbia. So just give me the check and I'll take it to him. But of course, the second he had that physical check in his hand, he could then deposit it into that fake Forge account that he controlled. And so that is how the scheme moved for the most part from that point on. Ultimately, in October of 2015, he had a Forge disbursement check cut for $338,056.14. Excuse me. And ultimately, that was a Forge disbursement that was stolen by Mr. Murdaugh. He also then had a second check in October of 16 that was for $45,000 that he was able to get dispersed to Forge and then converted through his fake Forge account. And then he had a sort of phantom recovery that he put in the disbursement sheet that was listed as a structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn for $500,000. And this actually was a theft that resulted in a phantom figure being on the disbursement sheet, for which then he was credited with his firm, which ultimately affected how much money he would get paid from the firm at the end of the year when they got their bonuses for the amount of $200,000, which in practical terms resulted in a $185,000 extra year-end bonus for him. Your Honor, that would be the facts as it relates to Mr. Dion Martin. Moving on, the next victim was Johnny Bush, Your Honor, and this would be the crimes that are alleged in (2021) GS 4736. The amount here was $95,000. Johnny Bush was a longtime friend of Mr. Murdaugh, who again trusted him implicitly. And he was able to put into the disbursement a check to Forge. And ultimately, once he got that fake Forge check in his hand from the trust account, he put it into his account and was able to steal that money. The next one is Manuel Santos Cristiani. This one would have been in August 11th, 2016. And this would be the crimes that are alleged in 2021 GS 4731. The amount there was $70,000. And again, there was a Forged disbursement that was put under the liens category for $70,000 that Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert to his own use through the fake Forge account. That was actually supposed to be money to pay off a MUSC lien, but instead Mr. Murdaugh stole that money. Moving on to the next one, we have Jamie and Risher. Again, a couple that trusted Mr. Murdaugh implicitly. And in that particular case, there was a disbursement for $90,000. And Your Honor, this would be the crimes that are alleged in (2021) GS 4737. And there was a $90,000 check made out to Forge that he converted through the fake Forge account. He also misappropriated by putting them down as supposedly legitimate case-related expenses, $5,504.94 that were used to pay for a private plane trip, limo service, and meals that were ultimately billed to the client as if they were legitimate. Instead, they were for the personal luxury use of Mr. Murdaugh. Around this time, we're moving into 2016, and his financial situation is continuing to get worse. He's got a line of credit for $1 million that's maxed out among substantial other debts. And we move on to some of the other crimes that took place. And the next one on the list would be another theft involving the Pinckney matter. I mentioned Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. That was the son of Pamela Pinckney. They were all involved in this particular accident. And ultimately, he had his co-conspirator, Corey Fleming, who had represented Pamela Pinckney because she was driving. And the way it works, of course, is because she was driving, she had to be named as a defendant, even though she was effectively an allied plaintiff, and that's very common. But he had Corey Fleming represent Ms. Pinckney. And Mr. Fleming, despite having made substantial disbursements to Pamela Pinckney, ultimately agreed to have a check for $89,133.44 cut from his trust account at the Moss Coon and Fleming trust account and sent to the PMPED trust account. And again, Mr. Fleming never contacted Ms. Pinckney and said, "Hey, I got 89 grand. I'm sending it over to Alec." Instead, sent it right over there, and Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert those funds to his own personal use. And Your Honor, that again would go back to 2022 GS 4702 in that particular case. The next victim was a man by the name of Randy Drawdy, who had a fairly small claim for the type of claims that we're dealing with, that Mr. Murdaugh was dealing with, but ultimately there had been funds that were withheld to pay a potential medical bill that needed to be paid out of the account. But instead of that happening, on October 3rd, 2017, Mr. Murdaugh instead had those funds for $9,569.30 cut from the trust account to Forge and ultimately converted to his own personal use. Your Honor, the Randy Drawdy case, that is 2021 GS 4732. Our next victim is an individual by the name of Jordan Jenks. Mr. Jenks had a case here in Beaufort County that was being handled by Mr. Murdaugh. And again, in this particular instance, there was $150,000 that was held back by the law firm to settle medical liens in the case that should have gone to the medical provider. But instead, that $150,000 in two separate checks, one for $85,000 in August 1st, 2018, and a second one for $65,000 in September 18th, 2018. He had those cut to Forge, Mr. Murdaugh did, to his fake Forge account and ultimately converted those funds to his personal use. And Your Honor, again, the Jenks case would be 2021 GS 4735. The next case that we had bear with me real quick, Your Honor, would be the Satterfield case. And that would have been the case that the state was prepared to try here in a week. Gloria Satterfield was the longtime housekeeper for Mr. Murdaugh and his family. She suffered a fall at his home at Moselle and survived for a period of time, but ultimately died. And Mr. Murdaugh, who had the trust of the Satterfield family, who had known him for years, even at the funeral, told family members, "I'm going to help those boys. I'm going to help the Satterfield sons. And essentially, I'm going to have them sue me so that I can make sure to get money for Gloria and for y'all." And even though he was going to be the defendant, not the defense attorney, but the defendant in this particular action, he had his office prepare the appointment letters, to prepare a request for medical records, and dealt directly with Tony Satterfield and that family, who considered him to be their lawyer. And eventually he brought in his co-conspirator Corey Fleming to represent them. And one of the things they did was they first obtained a settlement check for $505,000 from one of the two insurance companies at issue in this case. And even though they already had the check, they arranged and convinced Tony Satterfield to allow an individual by the name of Chad Westendorf, who worked at Palmetto State Bank, to be the personal representative of the estate. And the net result of that was, and the point of that was, and the reason for that was to essentially make Chad Westendorf a patsy, and to avoid ever having to communicate directly to the Satterfields, who had no idea when they agreed to do that $500,000 had already been received. And in fact, they held the check. It's even in the emails. They intentionally held the check until they could get the paperwork done to appoint Chad Westendorf, and then backdated it. Backdated the date of his appointment. And so once that happened, they got the check signed. They got the disbursement signed by Chad Westendorf. Corey Fleming took his fee and then gave to Alec Murdaugh. And in some instances, Alec came over to the office and picked it up in person, a check for Forge. And that first one was on January 7th, 2019 for $403,500. And of course, Mr. Murdaugh deposited that into his fake Forge account and converted that money to his personal use. No one ever, not Corey Fleming, not Alec Murdaugh, ever told the Satterfield boys that any recovery had ever been received. And they told Chad Westendorf, just sign here, we got this, we'll take care of it. They went to a meeting at the court where Alec was present there with Corey Fleming and with Chad Westendorf. And Alec there again was doing a lot of the talking, if not most of the talking, and saying, I want to help these boys. I know they're suing me, but we're doing this, I want to help these boys. But it was all a ruse. They put in place their patsy so that Alec could steal this money and Corey could get his massive fees from this as well. The scheme went on because there was still a $5 million umbrella policy out there at issue. And ultimately, after there was a mediation that Alec attended, the insurance company decided there's no way we're going to win this with Alec Murdaugh, and so they agreed to pay a $3.8 million settlement. Again, no one informs the Satterfield boys of this. No one informs the Satterfield family of this. And Alec and Corey ultimately have a check cut from the Moss-Coon and Fleming account for $2,961,931.95. That was in May of 2019. Made out to Forge. That check is delivered to Alec, who then deposits it into his fake Forge account and steals it. And this one is different, Your Honor. This is different from the others because usually the scheme, and it works so well because like I said before, he's looking at these clients, he's dealing with these clients, he's handing them a life-changing money in a check, and they're so focused on that, they're not realizing that he's stealing from them behind their backs. But in the Satterfield case, they stole every dime. Every dime. And Your Honor, nothing happened on that case for a while until around October of 2020. And at that point in time, Alec and Corey get together. They cut a check for $118,000 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming trust account, which Corey delivers to Alec. And Alec, again, quickly disperses that money through use of his fake forge account for his own personal benefit. They even, at that point in time, Your Honor, sign a stipulation of dismissal in the case. And it's signed by Corey Fleming, and it's signed by Alec Murdaugh, the defendant, personally. Not the attorney for the insurance company. He is not informed. He's not advised of any of this. The whole scheme was to divert the entirety of this money from those boys after he had repeatedly represented to them and their family to the point that they thought Alec was their lawyer. Tony Satterfield would send letters to Alec Murdaugh. He would call him on the phone because he thought Alec was his attorney. He thought Alec was acting in his interest. And when some media articles started to come out about the $500,000 settlement, even though this money had already been paid and long stolen, Alec sent a text to Tony Satterfield saying, hey, working on the case, there's just complicated, just words to that effect, that, hey, I'm working on it, there's just a lot that needs to be done. Your Honor, that's a very short version of the scheme as it related to the Satterfields, but that would be the crimes as alleged in 2021 GS 4730. The next one, Your Honor, is the estate of Blondell Gary. And in that particular instance, of course, he's dealing with the heirs and the relatives of Miss Gary. And ultimately, they held back funds from disbursement because there needed to be some determination about the legal status, and the entitlement of another relative was the reason that was given. But ultimately, the second that money got held back, it didn't take long, and this would have been in April of 2019. Instead of resolving that issue and dispersing appropriately, Mr. Murdaugh had $112,500 dispersed from his trust account to Forge and then converted through use of his fake Forge account. The next one is Christopher Anderson. That's 2021 GS 4734. And in this particular instance, there was a large recovery that was received in the case. And Mr. Murdaugh, in that particular instance, indicated that no fees were being taken, but instead had a disbursement made to Forge of $750,000. And he deposited that into his fake Forge account and stole every bit of it. The next one, Your Honor, is the estate of Sandra Taylor. 2021 GS 4738. In this particular instance, Ms. Taylor had died, had 3 minor children, and Mr. Murdaugh sat down at a table and dealt directly with her grieving mother. Told her he was going to take care of her, and told her that the most he was going to be able to get was $30,000, $10,000 for each child. Instead, he settled the case without talking to her for $152,866, thereabouts. That is the amount of the check that ultimately in November of 2020, he then had dispersed to the fake Forge and ultimately converted all that money to his own benefit. That was another one, and I talked to her mother, that was another one where she first of all believed and was actually thanking him to get the $30,000 because she didn't realize not only was that a woefully insufficient recovery, but that was such meaningful money to her from her situation. And she believed him, she thanked him, she thought he was working in his best interest, and he stole every bit of it. She didn't get one thin dime. Your Honor, that is 2021 GS 4738. The next one is 2021 GS 4727, and in this instance, the victim is Thomas Moore. It was a state trooper who was injured. And in that particular instance, again, Mr. Murdaugh, his insatiable need as we're moving to the end, to everything coming to a head, his insatiable need for money changed the scheme from where money was actually being provided to the clients while he stole the rest of it. In this instance, there was a recovery of $125,000 in which he diverted to fake forge all of that $125,000 and forged Mr. Moore's signature on the disbursement statement. Almost done, Your Honor. The next set of victims, as we move into the spring of 2021, and this would be 2021 GS 4728, and this would be the victim being the law firm and Chris Wilson. And this was one of Alex's last plays to get some significant money because things were really falling apart and coming to a head. And he tried that case, a legitimate case, in December of 2020, and ultimately there was a very sizable recovery, but it was a case where Alec, Chris Wilson, and another attorney were on the case, so it was a fee split case, which is very common. And his amount of the fees from that case, that being Mr. Murdaugh, was $792,000. And ultimately he convinced Mr. Wilson to write those checks for his portion of the fees, not to the firm as they were legally supposed to be done, so that they could be accounted for in the firm's finances, but to write them directly to him. And the reason, of course, is that he needed that money right then and there. And if it went to the firm, not only would it eventually be cut down by all the various overhead and other things that had to be paid for according to the firm agreement, but more importantly, he wouldn't get that sizable sum of money until the firm settled up and paid bonuses at the end of the year. And then we're talking about it the spring of 2021. He wasn't looking at any chance of getting that money until the end of the year. So he diverted those fees from the firm, and that's part of the crime there. But ultimately, when all of this came to light, before it came to light, after the murders, but before his theft started to be uncovered, one of the first things he needed to do was to get that money paid back, because that is one of the things that was bringing everything to a head. The firm was after Alec as to where are these fees? Where happened to them? Did you take these fees? And so in the aftermath of the murders, he borrowed some money and was able to send $600,000 to Chris Wilson and convinced Chris Wilson to cover the other $192,000 so that Chris Wilson could tell his law firm, Alec's law firm, that that money, that $792, was in the trust account. Nothing to see here. Everything's just fine. And he told Chris Wilson some lies about he just had some money tied up here, there, and everywhere, and that he would pay him back. But it wasn't true. And ultimately, he then defrauded Chris Wilson out of that $192,000.
Harpootlian over there yawning. Oh! Yeah, we know. Yeah.
A few more matters, Your Honor. 2022 GS 4710. This particular indictment dealt with a number of things, including the checks that Mr. Murdaugh was writing to Curtis Eddie Smith, as well as drug charges related to that for the opiate pills. And ultimately, in that particular indictment dealing with the large cash out of money that Mr. Murdaugh had been engaging in, particularly after the boat wreck happened. Ultimately, he's pleading to a criminal conspiracy for that one, and that would be 2022 GS 4710. The next one is 2022 GS 4723, and in this particular instance, the victims are his brother Randy Murdaugh and the law firm. And this is the one, Your Honor, where Mr. Murdaugh is pleading pursuant to Alfred. But the state, and that's something that I've never done before, is do an Alfred plea, but given the substantial admissions to which Mr. Murdaugh is making here today, we've agreed to accept that, but the state is very confident in the evidence that it could present and pursue on that matter. And that's essentially the double dip. It was very common for, after the firm cashed out and paid all the bonuses to get to a zero balance at the end of the year, for members of the firm to loan money to the firm so that it could operate until fees came in, and then those loans would be repaid. And ultimately, the finance office at the firm made a mistake and wrote a check for $121,358.63 to iCkEdMeL Murdaugh instead of Randy Murdaugh. And what Mr. Murdaugh did, instead of correcting that, is he ultimately sat on that check and went down to the finance office not long after that and said, "Hey, I lost that check. Can you cut me another one?" And again, the staff there, trusting the powerful lawyer, one of the senior partners in the firm, cut him that check. So now he has a second check for the same exact amount, which he immediately deposits and uses to pay substantial debts. He then sits on that initial check for an extended period of time and then cashes it as well. And so ultimately was able to, according to the evidence developed by the state, steal the same money twice. Again, Your Honor, that's 2022 GS 4723. Finally, Your Honor, we have 2022 GS 4734 and ultimately 2023 GS 473. Let me, Mr. James corrected me on one I need to cover. And this would be 2022 GS 4724. And again, in this particular instance, the victim was the law firm. And this is another one where Forge was ultimately used, but instead of stealing money from the client, essentially he was able to divert attorney's fees from that should have gone within the firm and divert those out through payments made out to Forge that he then diverted through fake Forge. And those would be two checks. The total amount is $175,200.83. It was two checks, one for $91,867.50 and another check for $83,333.33. Yeah. Finally, we have all this substantial money over the years from 2011 all the way through 2021. Substantial money that iCkEdMeL Murdaugh stole and washed through his various accounts and converted to personal use or used to pay for his personal debts, which is income under the law. A lawyer knows this. And so he was ultimately indicted for tax evasion for each one of those years, the largest one being over $263,000 in state income tax that he would have owed. That, of course, was the year where he stole the most from the Satterfields. And ultimately, he's pleading guilty to count 9 of that, 2022 GS 4734, for the tax evasion charge as it relates to that. Your Honor, again, that's a lot. But that is the factual basis, the very skinny factual basis for the schemes, the thefts, and the defrauding that this former lawyer, Alec Murdaugh, used his power and his influence and his law license in these courtrooms to steal for over a decade. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great.
What you got? You got some defense? Jim? What do you think?
Mr. Murdaugh, aside from the count or the indictment that you are pleading guilty on the Alford, aside from that particular one, do you disagree with any of the facts stated by Mr. Waters?
I agree that I wrongly took all of that money, Your Honor, and did all of those crimes. I disagree with some of the narrative, but not the essential elements of the facts of the crimes.
And do you believe that if you were to proceed with a jury trial on these charges that you would be found guilty?
I am guilty, and yes, sir, I believe that I would be found guilty.
Okay, all right.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else with regard to the guilty plea that you'd like to say today, Mr. Murdaugh?
No, sir, other than I'm glad to finally be given the opportunity to plead guilty. I am happy to be pleading guilty to
Or
these
apologize.
charges.
You could
For no
apologize,
reason.
motherfucker. I'm happy to plead guilty.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I don't know whether you need to inquire about the
Apologize to the
Alford.
victims. I don't know.
Do you need to make a specific inquiry on that?
Well, yes, sir. With
Maybe that's at a
regard to
later
the
time.
Alford plea,
Thank you for allowing
you
me to
are
plead guilty. I mean, it's your
not
right to
acknowledging
fucking
guilt,
plead
but you'd
guilty.
like to take advantage of this overall global plea arrangement with the state, and you're acknowledging guilt on that basis without admitting any guilt.
I'm acknowledging that I would be convicted if tried on that, Your Honor.
Anything further on the
No, sir,
Alford
Your
issue?
Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Waters?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Well, as indicated, there clearly appears to be a factual basis for all of the guilty pleas. I find that it's in the best interest of the state and the defense that this guilty plea, these guilty pleas be made, but respecting the rights of the victims to be present to provide the court with whatever additional information that they think the court should have. We will defer the full acceptance of the plea until November 28th at 10 o'clock. And again, where there's a negotiated sentence, either I will accept the guilty plea and impose the exact sentence that that you, your lawyer, and the state have agreed upon, or I will not accept the guilty plea. And at this point, I fully intend to accept the guilty plea after hearing from victims.
We got to do that too.
Anything?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Anything further today?
Nothing from the
No,
state,
sir, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We will be adjourned.
Wow. It's been a long day. I was a little like, maybe I don't know if I'm surprised, but Alex Murdaugh, he was very smiling, laughing, jovial. I don't think gingerly fits, but I just want to say gingerly because they use that in the chases. He's very gingerly, you know? Smiling, like as if he's not condemned to hell. in the blockade that he's going to be in. That's crazy. Is that just denial?
Yes, it is.
No. Guess that's it. One of the fraud cases that moved me a lot was the one with Dion Martins, and I messaged BL Martin to tell me because I forgot the name. I was trying to find a video clip because it was from the documentary, Low Country documentary. It was so good, but it just described how like messed up the things that this guy did. I think he got into like an accident. I think he became a paraplegic and he scammed their family. I wish I could find it, but there's so many videos on this. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to. I don't even think I have HBO anymore. I had it with like a free promo thing. Low Country, I thought was such a good documentary. See if I can log in. Might be doing too much now, but. Yeah, it's not working anymore. If I find a clip, I'll show you guys sometime. I thought it was really good. It's really, really messed up what they did. So I guess, I don't know, he's going to have a chance for the victims to come on and, I don't know, accept or talk about it. The thing that I was confused about is because I pulled up the Daily Mail, right? And the Daily Mail, let me show you the article I was looking at. Because they said a lot of years, a lot of time. And I'm like, damn, this guy, he already has 2 life sentences, and they added on like another 2,000 years. The only thing I can think of is like, this is about the victims. Like, you were wronged. Even though this guy's he's never getting out. You want justice and for him to be found guilty. But they read a whole lot of shit, right? And this was posted a couple hours ago, and it says Alex Murdaugh pleads guilty to 100 financial crimes and pleads just for 27 years in prison as he admits to stealing $9 million from customers. BL, he did?
Dion Martin is a client from Allendale seeking to use his newly formed Forge account.
I'll show a little bit of this, but we'll skim through it. Yeah, I don't know if I can show the whole thing, but we'll skim through it. This is on the Cassidy O'Connell channel.
Dion Martin is a client from Allendale seeking a personal injury settlement, of which the details are not public. This is the first time Alex used his newly formed Forge account, opened in September of 2015. After Dion's settlement was reached, Alex convinced him to write 2 checks totaling $383,056.14 that he lyingly told Dion would be put in a trust account. Instead of them going into a trust account, Alex deposited them into his own fraudulent Forge account and wrote personal checks, paid credit cards, and withdrew cash. There are some odd twists and turns in this episode involving a funeral home and a desecrated corpse. Wait, what? Yes, you heard that right, a desecrated corpse. It's episode 4, Dion J. Martin. On this season of The Other 55%, the trial that consumed the entire...
I'll try to find the HBO one when I can. Because it's very, very short and concise when they talk about Deion Martins, but they get the point across.
No, sir.
And 14 cents. With the description, 7th, 2015, just about 2 weeks after opening the account, he deposits Deion's check for $338,056.14. With the description, proceeds for investment, Deion Martin. It's made out to forge into his fake account. The following year, on October 11, 2016, he receives a second settlement check in the amount of $45,000 with the same description, and he deposited as well, bringing the amount he stole from Deion Martin up to over $383,000. Let's take a quick peek at Alex's testimony about Deion during his murder trial.
Let me show you what's been entered in evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Deion Martin case.
What happened to Deion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family?
When he got in the wreck?
Prior to him getting in the wreck.
I knew who his family was, but prior to getting in the wreck. But after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Became very close with his family. And Deion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Deion was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Deion having a head injury. I believe Deion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Deion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
Oh, you know who it was I was thinking of, BL? Hakeem Pickney. That's the name. Hakeem Pickney.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Deion's case, but I know I met with Deion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. His dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close with the parents?
I consider Deion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Deion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Deion's case?
I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million, and I know that I misstated.
The lawyer for several of Alec Murdaugh's alleged victims is calling the crimes bold and callous and something that is destroying people's faith in the legal system.
Today, that attorney offered evidence of the crimes against his clients. News 3's Andrew Davis digs deeper into these latest revelations. He joins us with tonight's top story.
A banking industry used to funnel money to Alec Murdaugh, Russell Lafitte, and Corey Fleming, all money that was supposed to go to accident victims. That's what attorney Justin Bamberg outlined during a news conference today, offering his evidence of that alleged criminal activity. He claims Russell Lafitte, then a vice president with Palmetto State Bank, would allow Alec to take money from one settlement for his personal use and then pay that loan back from another victim's settlement. At the same time, none of those people who that insurance money was supposed to be for would ever see the cash. He also offered examples of checks signed over to the bank, to Lafitte, and then to and from Alec Murdaugh, to his wife Maggie for $100,000, and to his son Richard Alexander Murdaugh III, also known as Buster, for more than $300,000. Bamberg says the trust in the legal system and banks in South Carolina was broken. He wants justice to be done.
But when you are misappropriating this amount of money, it's not just money. These are not just names on paper. These are not just a sad picture of a young man who's a quadriplegic in a nursing home. You are depriving them of the opportunity to build generational wealth and enjoy some of the same things that you've been fortunate enough to have because of your daddy.
So the Hakeem Pickney one, let me just read this briefly. This is the one that like stood out to me like, damn, this guy, Alex, is like a piece of shit. Skeezer. Pamela Pickney was in the hospital, bruised and in pain from several broken bones, when a lawyer named Alex Murdaugh offered his help. More than a decade ago, long before Murdaugh was a personal injury attorney who has since been disbarred, would capture national attention. Pickney was in a car wreck with her teenage son, who became paralyzed from the neck down and died 2 years later. But Murdaugh she would find out, allegedly defrauded them not once but twice in a case that illustrates the harm he is accused of inflicting on vulnerable clients while outside his family's powerful orbit. It goes on more further, but like, yo, I just thought that was pretty despicable to do that. That's Hakeem right there. He had no limits, no restrictions on who he was scamming. So, all right. I guess that's it. I'm gonna head out now. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. If there's a chase, that would be amazing. I'll be back on. If not, I'm gonna chill. Maybe work on, I don't know, this weekend I'm gonna work on Monday's video and some content for next week. And I don't know, we'll see. But I don't know, hopefully there's a chase tonight or something. All right. So thank you guys so much. Bye. Love you.